That is fast. Feels working. How are you? How's the day going? How was your Tuesday? I found a new GitHub repo yesterday that I thought might be interesting to you and Stony. So, good good timing. Good timing. Your Tuesday was a day off, right? If I'm remembering correctly, Monday and Tuesday is day off. My brain, every time. I think Monday, I know. Tuesday, I never know. I forget if it's Sunday and Monday or Monday and Tuesday. I think it's Monday and Tuesday. But yeah, yeah. It's brain is not braining as expected. This is the usual behavior. This is the usual behavior. Everything works. We're good. And Tuesday. Yeah, 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 yeah. That sounds like a normal thing to me. That looks like a thing that I would have read properly, even without the correction. Specifically, if it is how it's supposed to be written in Dutch, it probably makes sense. But no, we have some news-ish. We have some things that are pretty good, as expected. Of Anthropic, they said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna cut the thing today." Uh, Psych! We are not. We're waiting for Sundays, and then on Sunday they will say, "Oh, we are extending the thing again." So I don't think they're gonna go back to uh, usage base on Fable, um, just because I don't think they can afford to just putting it there. Uh, like I have a feeling that it's just if users that are like at 200 a month or 20 a month are using it in the subscription and just reverting to 4.8, they are going to use their token allowance way, I mean, not not way, but like less faster, less fast than if they were using Fable, and therefore the probability of them switching to usage base is going to be lower. And therefore, if you put Fable in there and it just burns through your entire usage, and then because you need it to be able to continue working, specifically in my case, then you will switch to usage base, and it's a more sustainable way of doing so. And so everyone before, that's also like one of their mechanics, I think, marketing as well. Um, they announced that it's going to be removed, so everyone before the 7th have just burned through the entire usage, and then today they said, oh, you know what? We're gonna let you have it until the 12th, but because you've already burned through the entire usage that we allow you to have, you need to go to usage base anyways. So it makes sense. Dapshi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So let me get the D's the D's teeny tiny things. So the report I found today is called EXO, and it's an interesting system. I don't really know exactly how it works. I have read the basics that is in here, but basically the system is it create a cluster of all of your devices um, that can run AI models at different levels. Some of them are just gonna, be subtle, and some of them are gonna be more efficient than others. But basically creating like a bit of a cluster of some things and all devices to then have basically an EXO endpoint that you can ping and use cloud-like models with clustered devices as compute powers. It is on paper, uh, Interesting. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it works well. I can't try it because I don't really have enough devices that are laying around that I can use for that. But on paper, someone like you, Phil, someone like Stony as well, could have multiple friends and other people in communities that would be willing to be part of a cluster. And if it is through local network, then that's not an option. But if it is not, or if it can be ported to a cluster of like multiple endpoints and creating like a decentralized cluster of compute powers, this is potentially a very cool thing, meaning that you can have um, well, subclustered things with locally running models on lower end devices, even if it's like not as efficient or good. Um, I guess, yeah. Um, that allows you to share your GPU for any devices and put them in a pool. Yeah, I think we talked about it before. And I said it was something similar to the folding at home thing for the protein folding convention scientific researches things from some years ago. But yeah. And actually, I'm sorry to hear that you have made your post with Claude. That's so bad. Please don't. Please don't. Um, but yeah, if you're building something that is similar, I guess it's a bit of a similar thing. This might be a cool pre-made infrastructure in a way that you don't have to like rethink the entire system if it works the same way or if it's similar enough. And I think it's a pretty on paper when I discovered it, looked interesting. So, you know, to be checked. But yeah, the fact that, having like four M3 Ultra Max Studio that are running together for the system is a pretty good improvement overall, and I do think this is an interesting thing. Again, not all people have access to like full Mac Studio, but on paper, pretty cool. So yes, that was one of the repo. I've also discovered Plane, which is a bit of a different system, Ghost and Notch, but Notch is a bit of a different thing. Um, I'm gonna just glance over it. Notch is a scraping. Yeah, basically, it is Apache scraping system to just be able to scrape the web in a way that is working, which I think is useful for some things, but not most things. In order to do that in a reliable way, having uh, such a massive things behind it is potentially good, potentially good. But here is the link, nonetheless. We do like to share links. Ghost is a bit of an interesting thing as well. This is a thing most for creators like myself to basically have everything that paid platform provide but self-hosted, and so it contains like billing, invoicing, community ticketing, and so on in there, which is interesting. But then I need a deep dive into what it is, what it does, how it works, and so on, because otherwise, uh, I don't know. But yeah, it looks on paper, same thing. On paper, looks interesting, could be good, could be useful to have like a self-hosted thing that can manage social medias and clients and shit. So we like it. And then the last one is Plain, which is basically um, a similar thing. But they say it's an open source management tool to track issues, run sprints, and manage product roadmaps, which is basically Jira and other platforms included. But Ghost is a bit of the same thing. So, like this one is just for the Jira alternative, Atlassian alternative, and Ghost is for the entire scope of independence creators and other things. So yeah, everything is interesting. Getting some self-hostable repos is always a good thing, and they look pretty good. They look pretty good. One of the things that I find interesting about Ghost specifically is that they have a very important line at one point in the repo that is just we are hiring. So if you know or if you like are interested into helping us, then you can just apply and work with us, which I think is a cool thing. Um, because it means that they do have some money in the background because of sponsors and so on, and that would give us some potential things. But yeah, we like that. Other than that, I think that's everything I have for repos in the past 2 days. Again, not a dev, but I find interesting open source repos for self-hostable things very often. So we share them. We share them. It's cool. It's a cool thing. Other than that, we have some good news and some debatable news. We have a very good news. I don't know if they want to be like uh outed, but that's too late. Someone sent me a massive feedback for the perfume app, which is really cool. Most of it is really good. I like this. I like this sentence specifically. Like that makes a lot of sense, and I like to see this. Someone that says that this is everything that they ever looked for, and then at the end saying that it's like uh, they will be very happy with everything else. Most of the feedbacks that they have is thing that I have in my head already and in the roadmap that I want to do. So that's a very good news overall. I replied to them to explain like where we have things and so on. And then uh, I'm not as blacklisted by Figma as I thought. Someone from Figma replied to me on me complaining about Figma being broken, and their AI agent automatic support thing replied to me automatically and gave me a potential fix that I did, and it fixed the issue. So we'll see if that stays fixed for a long time. If that's not the case, it's going to be a pain in the ass to do that every 6 hours, but potentially we have a fix. The thing that I had to do on Figma to fix this was to go into help, troubleshooting, and then reset Figma and restart. So basically that cleared the cache, cleared the cookies, cleared everything from the Figma desktop app, and then gave me a clean install or clean new install that is potentially interesting. But while I was trying to figure out if it was working on the web, I had to take a screenshot because this popped in, and that is huge. That is one of the good news of the day. Um, Apparently, right now we have the ability to add agents from other services than Figma, meaning, I guess, I don't know, meaning that we are going to move towards something where Figma is not the only place where we need to buy tokens to use the Figma agents. We will be able to use external agents through Figma, through the MCP and other things, which means cheaper usage. And if you have something that again is run on your machine and you have the ability to just like run the thing, then you would be able to just do everything that Figma can do with the agent, but locally without having to send the data to Claude and Cursor and so on. So that's an interesting thing. Sadly, it's just gone. I don't know where it is, and I don't know how to get access to that again. Um, it just opened at one point and it was on the side, and then it disappeared. So we'll see if at some point things are gonna come back. I don't know. nonetheless, um, so that's pretty cool. Other than that, on the potential good news, but I don't know yet. The can app is almost done. I'm tweaking some teeny tiny things. I've added a teeny tiny change in the conjugation system, which seems to be pretty good and working, at least for me. God damn it. Go on. So, one of the while that it was white. One of the addition that I've made is ensure that the navigation here is visible by default. In the beginning, I mean, it's still broken, but it's better than nothing. The dot for the selection, obviously, when I'm trying to showcase shit now, it's just like not working. Is this something that is just like again because of mirroring? That's the usual. So that has been fixed, and then in the dictionary, I had to make some teeny tiny adjustments because the I noticed that the order of words in some of the dictionaries were not good enough in terms of learning material. So if you are using the app, you might lose some progress on some things. You can obviously just force your way through things and say that you have learned some words and whatever. But yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. There is 40, I think, 47 words that had uh, issues in placement and about 400-ish that were not, no, sorry, 400-ish that were issued in placements, that they are the same words, but just different placements. And then 30 of them uh, were not really good in terms of the translation and the reading is in Japanese. I had to fix this, which is probably one of the reasons why some of your progress is going to go down. But overall, it works, which is good. It's what we want. But most importantly, I have fixed this section now. This is a lot better than it used to be. And we have removed the 0 pixel um, necessary background thing. I think there is still like a bit of a crop around the shadow here. But in order for this thing to scroll, now it's not the zero point 0.1 pixel transparency trick. It works on the entirety of the view. So wherever you are, as long as you're scrolling up or down, it's going to scroll the wheel. And that is so much better than before. So I do like that a lot. It makes a lot more sense to have this thing working like this. So that's good. And then I don't think I have some. Oh no, I do have something. And then on perfume, I have added a new perfume to my collection because why not? But I now have, I think I showcased that last time. I now have this, which is a tiny change in the visuals to make sure that if you have a perfume in your collection that is empty, like reached the bottom of the bottle, but is still like awaiting a decision from you, you have a bit of a hint that it is different. I think the icon itself is not necessarily the best option. This is the keyboard backlit brightness maximum, but it's just like it's a bar at the bottom of the bottle, so I felt like it was good. Anyways, but yeah, this is a teeny tiny change which I think is gonna help. Um, just basically making sure that we can make decisions and shit. So that's a good thing. I'm not gonna do that now because I need to record a video about it to talk about it on TikTok, as always. And then the last point that I want to have is within the profile, the person that has made the big reply feedback thing is basically requesting that we have the the calendar view that is that wasn't supposed to happen like this. The calendar view that is at the end of the wraps in the profile, so that you can see exactly when you wore something and what it was, and you can click on the tab and so on. Specifically, this one for the 6 months is not the best option, but the this one I think is going to be the one I'm going to keep um, for the profile view, just because it is cleaner. It takes the colors of the perfume that you've worn, and therefore just like a bit of a cleaner overall thing. I might make the bottles icons a bit bigger because we still have the space, but for now, this is gonna work. But yeah, this is something that needs to happen right there, and I still need to fix this thing. It's working, but it needs some fixes. But overall, that's most of the news. And the important thing is that I've pushed an update for Perfume to Apple this morning. We'll see if they review it today. They are sometimes very fast, sometimes they are not. Um, but yeah, that's I guess that's everything we have so far. I guess that's everything we have so far, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good in terms of updates. So Can is here and Perfume is there as always. These are the two that I wanted to have on the. I've attempted things and it works, and I'm pretty happy with it, but it's not necessarily a good news. Um, I've made some changes here, as I always do, and I've mostly worked on the hover physics and the other like selections for things, and the not the hover physics, my bad, the grab physics. Because the goal for this was to implement the grid within ban directly. Um, I said, you know what, let me just make this view somewhat of a similar view than ban is, and then create and the thing that was supposed to be in there. So, dang, which I think is really cool. I think this is a very cool stickery effect. So I need to see exactly how I can implement this thing um, within ban and make sure that we have the drag and the drop position to work, because right now if I drag around, it's pretty good, it works, but if I drop it here, it's going to be dropped here. So what I need to have is just the lift off, and then the physics in it is something that's going to be debatable, I guess. Um, but yeah, so far it's working. We have difference of sheen, difference of effect for the thing. If we get like the holographic effect for some of the cards, this could work. It's probably at like 1 point or something. But just a fun system. And ensuring that everything is just like working, having the smoothing, the sensitivity, and all of the controls that we could have in there to get like some of the weirdest things, because why not? But yeah, it's I think it's pretty cool. I think the lift off is what I wanted to have in the beginning, and now we have like the most natural sticker effect peel out of the floor. It's just like a teeny tiny bit weird in the drag. I still think that there are some teeny tiny changes to be made. For example, here, if I click and drag and then I release before, you can see that it's moving even though the peel hasn't happened entirely. So I don't know exactly if I can make sure that the car doesn't move, or at least the thing that is still on the floor and sticked to the floor doesn't move until the lift is lifted for the entirety of the sticker. But I feel like I feel like it's pretty cool nonetheless. Specifically because of the angle. It's a nice wave. Anyways. So yeah, that was done yesterday. I think it's pretty cool. It's going or coming from the thing that we've been talking about for on Monday, which is right about here. I just took that, it's available, and changed some of the behaviors to better match my needs in there. So yeah, I think the what I need to change is the sheen color to be somewhat of a plus lighter blend mode. If I can do that, just like for images specifically, you just go through and it just highlights the section without really having sharp white blobs. But yeah, it's a detail nonetheless. In there is a ton of things. If you haven't checked it out on Monday, I do recommend you to do so again. Or do so now. Most of these things are coded components. They are mostly made for Framer, but they also provide similar things um, in code and in MCP if you just want to have your agents to build it for you instead. This is a pretty cool option. Yeah, it's a nice. I think it's a nice thing. It works. That's all that matters. So yeah. Other than that, I think that's it. I think that's it for the news of things that have happened yesterday and today, this morning. Some of the updates that needed to be shared, I guess. We've seen some other things that I haven't mentioned, like this magnificent picture. It I don't know. I like it. I feel like some people have eyes for things that most people will not see, but this is this is such a nice out of nowhere. Wouldn't expect this to happen. I like it, and also I like the title of "Send This to Your Crush." I think this is fun. And if I'm not mistaken, these are rice cookers, so this is cool. This is cool. Other than that, there has been like a lot of other things like this one, which we will all do if we could. It makes sense. Everyone is happy with dogs or cats through the screens. If you can just pet the screen, pet the dog. Yeah, other than that, there is this thing that is useful for the U fields, I think, and potentially for Yan at some point. I don't necessarily know if they have like if the code is something that can be used, but basically the rendering for emojis and emoji pickers inside of apps is with that system, as you can tell, a lot faster in visualization and rendering than the others. Like the regular thing is just kind of laggy, but their version is pretty clean. So yeah, if I give you the Git instead directly instead of the fucking Twitter post, that's going to be easier. But yeah, this is an interesting thing. I feel like a lot of people could benefit from that. You for Yolka, Jan for the app itself. And yeah, we do like it. I don't know exactly how it's implemented, what it is, and so on. But it's still good content, good stuff. We've had this one and where you at here, this one, which are not from the same person, which I think is an interesting thing from me to see. But they both are talking about the exact same concept of getting, I mean, specifically in the beginning, getting or explaining the padding around content. So on this one, for example, they are basically saying that if you click around the button in a good app, specifically if it's a tap or touch-based app, you end up with like a bigger head zone. Even though the button is not bigger, the head zone is so that you ensure that people can tap on the thing. On this one, it's a bit of a similar thing where basically the area that is above and below is included in the hover state for that thing so that it doesn't close on you if you just reach the edge. It gives you while you're scrolling vertically because you are probably going to select something within that element. Um, it just helps to not like recollapse automatically. So this is a best practice situation. Same thing here. There's a ton of other things in there um, that are pretty useful in that video, but then there is also like the website in question that just gives you most, if not all, of these tweets that are pretty cool, but that's just details. Nonetheless, good content, good things to take a look at and to remember. And then someone tried to do the same thing right here, and I disagree. They basically said they have concentric scaling for their icons and content. So basically, they have circles, and the icon is concentrically spaced and placed within, but they fucked it up right about here. The text has not enough space around on the left by like 3 or 4 pixels. It's nothing, but it just doesn't look as correct as the icon itself. The icons in the spinner make sense, but the text alone is a bit of a mistake. So they should have a non-concentric or an offset concentric for text, mainly because text letters are skinny. The the probability, going back to just simple text in English and languages, the probability of having a W, which is one of the widest letter, as the first letter of the word inside of a button is rare. Uh, Usually we don't have what do you want to do or who is it in a button. It's just yeah, because it's for Android, right? That's the thing. I think you could potentially take a look at how it's been built and see if it can be ported. You can tell. You can tell I don't know. You can tell I don't understand what I'm talking about. Uh, but yeah, no, I think yeah, it could have been good though. Could have been good. We'll we'll see about it. We'll see about it. Um, you don't know this different subject, different things. Without the crow, which is right there and fluffy, this is Omiya. So O Miya Eki, Omiya Eki, is the name of the station, but because of the crow, it looks like this is Inumiya, and this character with the dot on the side, as mentioned right there, is the character for dog. So Inumiyaiki is a different station than Omiyaiki, and it happens often that other places have talked about it in different situations when we have birds on characters that just make things look like other words. This is just a fun things from the Japanese. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Um, but yeah, this one was for Teki, but Teki is not here, so we're gonna wait for this one because it's interesting, but it's also like not the most relatable thing. It doesn't make any sense. Um, but yeah, other than that, I've seen a ton more people adding uh, organic, a lot more organic than before. So before it was just, oh, I have some torn paper and I have some not straight on, like a bit of a tilt. I've been seeing a ton of more paper adding things that are like more organic, more hand-drawn in their UI, which seems to be pretty cool. Uh, so we'll see. It's probably gonna grow in popularity with time, with the fact that things makes more sense to have. And then I'm seeing this from the bottom, and I'm gonna click on it. uh, this tweet specifically is talking about the fact that some companies are using or creating what is called throwaway merch or throwaway items that are there as, just for an event, just for something. And that one specifically would have been and would be the best for any type of event, because this is what we are all expecting from battery companies. If they were creating energy drinks for like a very, I don't know, small event, let's say you have an RC car racing event, and you have Duracell as a sponsor, and they create these would be amazing. These would be the greatest creation of merch for an event. I would love to see this. I know it will never happen, but I would love to see this. And you could have like different sizes, different jugs, different whatever flavors. I don't know, but potentially, you could have your triple A, your double A's. It would make sense. It would be great. It would be amazing. Anyways, side notes. Yeah. Other than that, everything is fine. Everything is working. There is a girl on TikTok that I'm just seeing on a 15-minute basis, if not a less than 15-minute basis. Like she's basically on my feed all day, every day for the past 2 days, and she's doing some very cool makeup, and it is in the realm of this, so that it has this very grainy punk, um, bright, colorful thing, which brings me into I need to bring more color into my designs and my creations. And I think it's a great presentation of how um, inspiration can come from everywhere and should come from everywhere. And most importantly, might uh, be good if you just get inspired by things that you enjoy. So that person specifically that is doing some very cool cat videos um, with makeup and cat hats, you know, makes sense. But she's doing like a ton of very, very cool makeup that matches the cat hats, the colors, the things, the whatever. And that brings me into I need to bring some more color into the design that I create, because this is cool. So yeah, also hair color helps for sure. Nonetheless, this is a side note. This is a very wide side note for things like this, but it is inspired by this. And then for Grizz specifically, I have this one, but I don't know. This is just it's just the simple habitual thing right now. Usual behaviors from most people. There is like very, very tiny design decisions, and I'm seeing things in there that I don't necessarily like, but I also, um, I like the entire thing. This is very much inspired by Benji's website and portfolio. It's very minimal. The effect that we have here is similar to the one that we've seen last month. And these teeny tiny things are cool, but then there are some issues from my point of view in the transition that we have right here on hover. the cards are going through each other. So this will never happen. Like you can't really go through and phase paper through paper. So this is the type of thing that I would have to personally do something about, meaning that the shuffle needs to have either the card slide out and then in, but it's a weird system. And then the cat at the bottom is very much the Benji cat rabbit at the bottom. Same thing. So you wanna stand out. You kind of don't want to duplicate someone else's work. Not that it matters, but kind of. Um, anyways, small things. This one was interesting because it's similar to the thing that we did last week with the glass effect and the shader behind it to get a bit of a texture out of it. I think it's cool. It's interesting. They are doing like a very fun again, blurred edges, progressive blur while scrolling while the animation happens. This is useless. This one makes sense to be eye grabbing and people can be just like, oh yeah, that's cool. Let me click on it. This makes absolutely no sense because no one would be able to see this. Again, every time that I'm seeing someone that is doing have a good shower, every time that I'm seeing someone that is doing um, effects and animation on toggles, it makes no sense. Specifically on mobile, on the web, why not? I don't think you're making it. I think it's I think it's not gonna work. Um, maybe. It makes no sense because it means that you have never used your phone in your life and you've never noticed that the toggles when you're tapping on them with your thumb, usually your thumb is big enough to cover the entirety of the toggles. So any of the details that you want to add in these things are absolutely useless, and I would highly recommend to not waste time on figuring out exactly how to make these things interesting. But if it's for the web, why not? But at the size at which they are, I don't think anyone would notice that there is a bit of a blur, uh, because in reality, a toggle might be. I mean, on stream, that's not necessarily the case, but like for me, that's roughly the size of a toggle. Maybe here, if I'm a bit big on the thing and clicking on it wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't see any of the details that are in there. They would be there, which means that the performance would go down. But is it necessary? Nah, it is not necessary. So, for the sake of, not wasting your time, doing that is a good thing. Doing that is a good thing. Just don't try. Don't try. But yeah, similar to the thing that I wanted to do in the first place on the preview map, these types of design were my initial idea on how to create the perfume um, detail page. I wanted to have some editorial and like static design like this. Also, I don't know why it's broken, but it's broken. Uh, but then it ended up being like too complex to figure out exactly how to achieve the effects that I wanted to have and the styling and the shaders and so on. So maybe now I could do something about it. Um, I still doubt. I'm not gonna lie, I still doubt if I would be able to achieve something similar to this. Most importantly is that section. I like the shading slash effect on these cutouts, which will, in time, bring us to one of the other thing that I wanted to talk about, which is supposed to be somewhere around here. This is a website that is just released yesterday, or at least I just discovered it yesterday. It is extremely impressive, interesting, and very much aligned with our 2026. Everything is organic, and designers are going to dominate the entirety of the production line because they have the ID and now they have the capabilities of building. This is Clip Art Studio, where you have the ability to get things out of magazines, out of elements, and you can just like open things, figure out, and then say, oh, you know what? I like this element. Let me just get this, even with the July, because we are currently in July. And then that is going to go inside of my composition. And I can just create a composition with the cutout of the thing that I just took and made. It is extremely impressive. It's very simple as a concept, but the fact that you can then go back in and say, oh, you know what? Let me just keep that first section as a as an element, and then we can move this one here, but I can create something else out of it. This is really cool. You can zoom in on the Canva, as always. You can fit it to the window. You can change the background of your current letter, the thing that you're gonna send, and they have like a ton of existing magazines that are different topics, different things, different whatever. And so if you wanted to create like a letter-based system, you could just cut out the A here and then have something else. It's a very, I wouldn't say it is creative. JD, welcome on in. I wouldn't say it is creative because it's something that is common in terms of graphic designers. We used to do that often, but just for the creation here is pretty clean. We like it. We like it. Um, yeah, it is something that you can do right here. Like you can get into whatever big ass magazine that they have that is on the free web, and then select words or letters and just cut out shit. But on top of that, these magazines selection, obviously they are like thing that they have curated on their own, are very interesting to see how we used to have magazines and what were the layouts, what were the design that were taken and used. And it's simple, it's nice, it stands out. I like the content. I do think that everything that is in there is probably gonna work. And yeah, it's ah, sorry. Like for example, here, if I wanted to create a vertical drop right there to cut this one in so that I can just remerge them almost properly, that's a thing that I can do. I feel like this is really cool. And I think this is a creative thing. It's similar to Matt, if you have seen it go through. Um, why did I close down? Don't tell me it's closed now. Oh my God, I'm gonna kill some people. Um, Match is another one. It's someone that has created something very similar as well for widgets only. So on iOS, you have the ability to get your mat, which is the matters in background of this thing, and then you can add stickers on it. And I don't understand the point of the widgets one, because the stickers and the thing that are cut out are predefined-ish. Like you can create yours or have yours, but also it's not the God damn it. it's not the best option. Um, let me, uh, yeah, there. I think we talked about it some weeks ago. It's been a bit though. But yeah, just because it's a widget, it's kind of limited in the type of thing that you can do with it, at least. And it, like I mean, this one is a different one. That's not the one I wanted to showcase. Obviously, I'm not going to find it because I need to talk about it. But it's the same thing. It's just a widget, and therefore I don't know if it makes sense. However, as a whole app and showcasing exactly how you can cut out things, build your own composition out of your existing images and all the existing images inside of the system, this is pretty cool. So just just sharing shit. Just sharing shit. This is clean. We like it. We like it. It's fun. It's fun. Anywho. Anywho. Um I had to use LinkedIn in the past 2 days, and I would highly recommend you don't, because this was really bad. And then on the other end of things, Genie has been asking for icons yesterday for the product that they were working on right now, and there are some things for uh, safety, building safety, and so on. And so we don't have anything for sprinklers. I think what I wanted to do in the first place was uh, get the existing icons that we already have that can use and or reused for some of these things. The building one is also re-asked underneath, so I'm not potentially not gonna keep that here. This one needs to get mm, yeah. Uh, there are some things in your system that is just like not necessarily good or not necessarily going to be an option. I'm gonna say that. I am gonna say that. I don't know if this is gonna be a thing. That's a lot of bats. That's a lot of bats. So for the fire, we have a fire icon right there. Apparently, I need to get this as well. We also have fire hydrants that already exist. We don't have sprinklers. The fire suppression system is something that is a bit weird. Uh, it's kind of the same thing as sprinklers, but it depends on the thing in question. So I'm gonna just keep these two as is. O2 and CO2 are kind of complicated to create as icons, but why not? The As I mentioned, foam, we have bubbles, which is kind of debatable. Um, Building, we have a ton of different buildings, including the hospital, the like right now it's the tall building. I don't know what cladding is, so that's something that I need to ask you about. Um, those building types is like we have already a ton of them in that category, and I'm gonna go there later. We don't have anything for police. We do have a hospital somewhere, like right here. Clinic and a hospital for me is the same thing, but I don't know. Um, Industrial thing is also like I don't know. I think we have none of them. We only have like one of these with the roof that is pitched in a very different thing. So that's a, whatever. We don't have an extinguisher, which I think is pretty good. The fire door is something that we don't have, and I think we need it. Um, alarm alarm button, we don't have it, but I have an idea potentially. And then the escape route, we don't. But it's basically the running stickman type of things, which could be an option. But so far, as you can tell, everything is just bats. So we don't really have uh, most of the ones that you're looking for. That is for sure. So potentially no. However, let me click on that link, JD. Let me see what you share in there. Confident code. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? And Dota, welcome on in. I missed that. I missed that. Um, and yeah, if you have the link, please share the link. Yeah, that's a neat thing. That works. That works. If you want TP, we do have what the fuck are my furnitures, appliances. Did I put that in appliances? No. Probably put that in human. I can't find it. I can't find it. In my eyes, it's supposed to be like right in front of my face. It is. It is. We have it. It's right there. It's right there. You have the toilet and you have the TP if necessary. Anyways, big ass details for um for things. So you said cladding is the external material fixed to the outside of the building. Anything with brick slips to timbers, metal, panels, other system composite materials after the Grenfell Tower fire things. I see. Um, those fire spreads risk, especially system containing combustible materials. So maybe you have a brick house with a metal or wooden clad outside. I see. Um, I see, I see. Yeah, this again, icon wise, this is going to be very complicated um, because of the size. So, in the current things, going back to your initial question about buildings, we have some buildings in there that are good enough. You have one that is the cluster of building. I guess this one might be the only option that you have. The rest is like very much not a thing. So that that's the thing for building. For I think in my devices we have a firewall as firewall for firewall. So it has a fire and it has bricks. So I don't know if that works, but it could work. That's the only thing that I have here. Um, the rest of things is gonna be kind of complicated, but in my uh, it's not furniture, but it's kind of furniture as well. Where we had the toilet paper earlier, which we were on, and then obviously I moved away for no reason whatsoever. Um, there are things like this. The doors, creating a fire door is going to be something that is going to be very easy to just have, like the firewall, the door, and then the fire emotes underneath. The same way that we have the locked door. Um, this is going to be simple. I saw that we also have our monuments. I don't think that makes any sense. I don't think you would use a Death Star as an icon, but we never know. But it could come in handy here and there. And then in the regular human behavior, we have bonfires, soap things, bubbles, which is kind of foam-y that you could use. We also have things like um, this thing, the anti-slip floor thingy, which could be careful. There is an issue around there. Other than that, I think that's about it for the content. We have shit in medical that could work, but we don't have like a ton of systems. Um, yeah, it makes sense. JD, it makes sense. It's the same on the church, by the way, in the buildings, uh, because yeah, 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 yeah. I think location makes no sense. Medicals, maybe some things, but not necessarily the most important. I guess the this one could be used as the CPR pack, like defibrillators and shit in there. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of weird. And then, other than that, I think that's about it. There is the thing that I had in mind is for time and or clock. I forgot if it's one way or the other, but if I created something like this one or like the regular one here, that could be the fire alarm. The main difference is that the fire alarm doesn't have the things on the side, it just has the microphone thing, like the ringers on the side. So that could be a thing. But other than that, I don't have much more. This one is a laser, and I don't think it would work as a sprinkler. This one is spray paint, which could be working as a sprinkler if we put it upside down or like 45 degrees, 90 degrees rotation could work, but um, it's not great. Yeah, this is laser cutting thing. Um, the icon, by the way, JD, the icon is what the icon pack is there. And Genie that is currently on YouTube is asking and requesting some new uh, icons to be added, kind of. And I'm just looking if we have stuff that we could already use as bases for some of the requested icons, but most of them and most of the complexity that comes with creating icons in the first place is always the same of basically having an iconography that makes sense for complex topics like industrial parks, as in multiple office buildings all together, is kind of complicated to explain as an icon that is supposed to be 24 by 24 in pixels, meaning that the pixelated version is like not really good and not easily understood. So, getting some shit like this to be working is complicated. So O2, CO2, fire suppression system. I don't know specifically. I guess sprinklers. We could use the spray paint um, instead. And then like that. No. Um, in my eyes, fire suppression system and sprinklers is kind of the same thing, but again, if you have multiple variations, then I get it. O2, CO2s are just molecules, so that's kind of complicated to get and present. Just remove that for the sake of, yeah, for the sake of clarity. We don't have police station. Clinics is the same thing for me. I do think that potentially getting the fire hydrants uh, could be there. Um, at the moment, yes, but if you have the link, if I don't know if I've missed it, I may have missed it. That would be my bad. But we can just get it here so that we can look at it a tad later when we're doing the after the icons or something else. At least going through that list. That's the pen. Uh, you'll be working. I see. Um, and if you go to work in about 30 minutes, I can take a look at it right now because the icons needs to be done at some point, and therefore we're gonna work on it. So it's gonna take a bit. Um, let me just refresh that. So you have your project graveyard, and then I don't have anything else. That's an interesting thing. I can't really click on anything. I can't scroll. So that's debatable point. And in blog, I do have access to it. So all blogs, usual thing. I think I said similar thing last time, as far as I remember. Make sure that your entire card is clickable because right now, if I click on the title, if I click on the quality or whatever, it doesn't give me anything. I can only get access to it by clicking on the read. So yeah, I would highly recommend you to not like just do that. For the sake of presentation, based on how I see things, I believe your layout was made mainly to be on tablet/mobile. Um, and it's fine, but it looks very much mobile first instead of desktop first. So that's different point. This is plain in the sense that you may be good if you had illustrations and or thumbnails that's look interesting. I think we have one that could be a reference for you. That we have done, I think somewhere around. The fuck is that? I know we've done one. I know we have done one. It's either in page 3 or the exports, or I deleted it, which wouldn't be the first time, but shit like this. If you had like title, subtitle, a small preview of the code, because you are dev, but that's it. And then the entire card is an image, then you can click on it, would help. It doesn't need to be too complex, and it doesn't need to be like an illustration or some shit. It's just, okay, this article is about tokens in design guidelines and so on, and therefore having title, subtitle, a small snippet of code underneath, give me as the viewer enough information to say, okay, cool, I understand what it is. I have the titles, I have um, the understanding, and it's simple. And then obviously I made this one as code, but even if you were to say something like um, this, let me just do that instead. And just put that somewhere around here. And just say that this and that are together, and that thing is a mask. And instead of having that to be that visible, you uh, just get this. And maybe that's an effect that you can have that is enough to just blend things in or help you with ensuring that people understand that it's not like too noisy, as you just mentioned. Um, and this is just like a CSS mask, and it should be pretty simple and pretty easy to put in place potentially. But nonetheless, as a system, it could help, could be better. Welcome back. Could be better. Um, Here you have hierarchy information or hierarchy that is wrong in the sense that things are too close together. It is rigged, absolutely, yes. Um, and this is just a classical laws of proximity situation. That is very, very much rigged to drop in the exact same spot. Let me just drop and land to prove that it's rigged because, I mean, it needs to happen. I'm not making it. I'm gonna bounce. You could not make it as well. But yeah, the low proximity is basically what you have, the biggest issue that you have right now in the article. If you look at that article specifically, without thinking too much, you can see the amount of space that there is in between the first title and the subtitle, the second title, the content, and then the space that we have here is equal to the space that we have there to very delimit the sections in between them. And on your end, I don't see this. So there is a hierarchy to be added in order to help the viewers and the readers like to properly understand that, like, if you have an H1, you should probably have your margin top to be, I would say, doubled what you currently have. So let me do a 2 or 4 values, not 4.4, but let's do 3.5. You know what? 3.5 is going to be good enough at the top, and then the bottom is, let's just do 1 rem. Spacing is good enough. And then underneath that, you have other things, but like you can already see that it's right away more readable just because I can scan the articles, the blog, the thing. I can see, okay, title, paragraph, title, paragraph. So if I don't give a shit about the introduction because I understand the topic, I can go straight away to the parts that make sense to me. And that is what makes sense. So that is the easiest thing to do. As always, the other thing that you can do is getting your line height to be not double, but like 1 plus the in your scale. So let's say you have a font size that is currently at 1.12 rem. Which is kind of weird, but whatever. I guess this is just 17 in question. Um, Interesting. I wouldn't want potato 12. I would probably 125. So it's an 18. Um, Nonetheless, doesn't really matter. Um, it's fine. Even if you go at 16, it's gonna be okay. But if you get like 16 in height for your font, and then you get 32 in line height, this is a lot. This looks like a lot of space for no reason, but it is easier to read in some cases. Right here, I would probably do something like a 1.5 or 1.25, my bad, um, and a bit more in line height, like zero point 0.2 would help, but that's just a small detail. Like 0.2 is what? Nishit, how are you? How's the day going? 0.75 is gonna help. Um, but yeah, that's just small adjustments in your font is gonna help. And then making sure, same thing, that your images are gonna span, even if they are kind of blurry, it doesn't really matter, but at least they span through the width here. Um, so that's a thing. Going back to what I was about to say about hierarchy, and it doesn't really match with the thing that you're saying in color, but it kind of will. Um, if I add an opacity value of, I think, 0.8, it's going to be 80%. You can see that you have the hierarchy that goes in like instantly. It's just like, okay, cool, I have titles, content, and 80% in opacity is potentially like too much transparency, and therefore there is too much contrast, and other threes, whatever. But it just helps to just have a separation between the two. So that's an interesting thing. Adding colors, I don't think this is necessary. But I could see why you would want to have shit like this. Um, I think the main issue that I see is that you have a ton of text, and it might be not split enough. I'm gonna use mine for a split second. Um, on some of the case studies that I have, and the articles slash blogs things that I have, I do have some titling that have some colors. I also have specifics per case study because of what they are. So right here, we're currently in the purple theme because this is the base of what this case study is providing and so on. But if I scroll down enough, I reach that point, which presents the other options. And if I want to, I can just change the theme, and then everything else that has the theme in questions. But you can kind of see how um, things overall are colored just by the simple fact that the things has color. If I go into Yolka, it's taking the project color in question. So this one has that kind of green forest thing, but I'm not providing like a theme switcher again in this one because it doesn't really make any sense. If I go on ban, it's kind of the same thing, but I do have a theme switcher at the top. And so if someone started with seeing that the violet was the most appropriate for them because just they wanted to click on shit, everything else is going to be, you know, in there. So like with the color in question that they have selected. So that's a teeny tiny thing that I kind of like to do. But then again, everything in here is dedicated to that specific case study and might not work for you specifically. Might, I don't know. Um, but that's the thing. Um, what you did with the opacity could also be done in colors. Yes, basically the color system and the opacity system that I just put in place here is working with everything. It doesn't really, God damn it, it doesn't really need to be any specified color because it's opacity based. So if I were to say, I don't know if you have this in your main color. I don't think you do, based on what I can see here. Um, like your text color is not a, it doesn't seem to be viable, which is interesting. Um, or maybe you are. It doesn't matter. But if I change that to be um, red, it's going to be red at a like 80% opacity. So everything kind of works. It's just like a matter of what you put in place, but it helps. Anyways, going back to something else to see if we have technical stuff, same thing, a lot of text. This one has dividers, and we looked at it last time, I remember. Same thing with your images. I would still say that it would make them better if they could just span the full width of the article slash blog. The spacings in between things needs to be changed. Again, if I'm just here, you can see the um the amount of space that I have added in here. Like I have so much space at the top, technically not so much, but still kind of a lot of space at the bottom. Then I have this section that also has like a lot of space underneath. This is the paragraph. This is everything that you read. And then once you have read this, you have a lot of space, but you get a breather with an image. And then you go back into a bit of text, but it's not like too much text. And it's very not really, but it is helping the user to go through things by having breathers and sections that showcase visual things. As always, I'm a designer, and therefore the type of content that I'm showcasing is design content, which is visual content, which implies that things are going to need to be showcased as visual things. So I have the ability to get breathers like visual breathers within the the content in the articles, and you might not have that ability, which I understand. But it is one of the things that just like makes sense and helps. I think in yoga specifically, I think that's the one that has the most of it because it was mostly something that was done through code. We have uh, coded elements and some code snippets here and there to showcase some of the content. Or at least we had some code snippets here and there, and it kind of helped. And you can do the same thing. You can have like code snippets here to just, showcase, oh yeah, that's how I did this thing. Like this one, for example, which is like the code snippet for my word entries inside of dictionaries and shit. That's the that's the breather. And it's not like necessarily a visual element. It's it's a simple like block that just showcase, okay, cool, that's the content. This one has a lot of text, and I should 100% just reduce the whole thing because it's kind of bad. But still. So yeah, other than that, I mean, other than that, that's already a lot. It's the arc information and so on. And Kofi, you said that the title looks too skinny, too thin. wraps too many times. Oh, you mean for mine? This one? Yes, 100%. 100%. Uh, I think what happened on this one was I did Mima brand identity in one line and then for social aggregator in the second line, and then the font size changed, um, and that broke. So, yeah, I don't have anything else, Dora. Um, on this, you really need to have something that points me to the content from the homepage, and then making sure that the whole cards is clickable. But yeah, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Um, yes, but you were right. A joke still, but a correct one. Um, like this one is not necessarily a readable thing, and the font sizes is not like it's too big for what it is. Same here. Like most of them are have that issue where I just said it would be better if it was like just a tad smaller. And there are some changes that didn't go through apparently. Like this was supposed to go into basically 2.5 lines, um, not 4. So yeah, not the best. Have a good rest of the moment, Genie. Not rest of the day if you're back late. We'll see you soon. So yeah, that's also this is 100% AI generated layout. So I didn't do much. Like this is way too condensed and it needs to be revamped. Uh, but I just didn't take the time to do anything about it. Not yet. So yeah, but still. So back to this. Not this. Back to this. The police station we don't have. The clinics we don't have. Um, I hate marketing things, but please, if you have a marketing page, please share the link. We'd love to take a look at it. No, I hate marketing for myself. I can help marketing for others, but just like for myself, I can't. I can't do things. As much escape route could be running, but we don't have the running um exercising person as far as I know. I guess sports, but no, even sports is just like balls and shit, so running is not good. We need an escape route icon, that's a thing. And the question is, escape routes usually have either just the skinny, or they have the door. Let's see. Let's see. Um, yeah, they have the door thing, but we can't really take anything out of this. Um, Let me rephrase that. We can take everything out of it. We can't really take anything in terms of the iconography out of this. We need this basically to remain in a similar um, poster and not that uh, poster and locations and shit, to make sense. So I guess we're gonna do that. I guess we're gonna do that. That's gonna be so bad. Yep, that's what I thought. And then Cool. So if that's our icon thing, and we wanted to make it match in terms of sizes, we're gonna probably use that because that makes more sense in order to get that body type. Another system, I guess. Still rigged. Still rigged. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I'm gonna kill some people again. Sorry, it's Apple. I'm gonna kill Apple. Apple is getting it's getting it. That's the thing. That's still Nemo calling. How are you? How's the day going? I pressed on this. Like like we have 3,000 songs, and these two makes no sense. I I don't understand why we have these two here. Anyways, um, the day started 2 minutes ago. I see. I see. So you are not aware yet. I see. This is gonna be bad, I guess. I guess. I don't know if that link is gonna help. It probably will, but yeah. And then in order to get this, my bad. Sorry, it's my fault. In order to get this to work. Why? Why? Hmm. Something's wrong. Something is wrong with this. Leg length is wrong. Understandable. This is safety, I guess we can call that safety. I don't think, you know what? I don't think safety is gonna work. I'm gonna bring that back to human, and I'm gonna say escape left, and then we're gonna need a second one for escape right, because no choice. No choice. That was complicated. I know. I know. Stony, based on what I shared with Phil's earlier, I'm going to share it with you now again because it's useful. I discovered a bit of an interesting GitHub repo that seems pretty cool. It's called EXO. It is an opportunity to potentially bring multiple devices to create a cluster of compute in one point and then get access to it the same way that you're accessing cloud-based models. And so basically giving you the ability to get TD, what calling? Giving you the ability to get like multiple computers working together and computing together, whereas like and giving you like more compute and more capabilities in your locally running language models. So it is interesting. Haven't deep dived into this entire thing because obviously I don't have enough devices, but I have a feeling that you do, and that could be interesting. So to be checked. To be checked. Also, Didi, how are you? How's the thing? What if you want to escape down? Then you end up like this. It's going down, but in one direction or the others. Yeah, I don't know if it's GPU based. From what I've seen, you do have the ability to get things like your phone to run shit as well. So that's a thing. It's a thing, you know. It's an option. It's an option. So these ones are gonna be escape routes. I guess. I don't know. I feel like they are debatable points. I'm gonna keep that for now. Keep that for now. Not if there's gonna be sharp, so it makes no sense. Not if there's gonna be duo, which is probably not a good idea. And one of them is gonna be solid, which is gonna be very simple because it's just like everything's gonna be solid inside, so that's cool. That is cool. The fire door is gonna be one of the easiest things we can do. And I'm gonna need the fire wall first, and then from the firewall, we are gonna get the door, just the door. You know what? I'm not even gonna get a door. I'm gonna get the, I'm gonna get the door, but like not this one. I get this one, yes. So no, it's not like another icon icon set. It's Genie that has requested, has currently a project for safety and building safety and fire safety and so on, and therefore there are icons that are potentially necessary. And if we can add them to the project, that's not a bad move. So we're doing that. That is what's happening. And Genie is currently on YouTube, as they do. So if I move this with, I know it's a bit of a weird system to get like the door and on that point, but why not? Yes, adding to the existing icon set as far as I can, or as much as I can, because it makes sense. This is supposed to be here, but that's like not working. So I guess here could work, but there could work. Visually speaking, that's fine. So fire is gonna be good for now, you know. A vertical one. Maybe. Yep. Technically, it's supposed to be about. Based on these. So, yeah, that is true. That is true. Let me bring that in. It could be. It could be. Samsung from 2024, 2023, maybe. I'm just scared of this, as always. Uh, as always. Again, this never exists. That's the rendering, but still. Still making sure that we have enough pixels in between things so that they don't stand out too much. Same here. Easier option. Do like it. I feel like this is fine. Fine for Firedor. Firedor is done. Escape route is done. Alarm panel is a bit more. I have this one in my head, obviously, because it makes sense. That icon is the thing that I had in my head by default. I feel like the pull down is a common recognized thing, but the easiest thing to be recognized is this alarm bell thingy, specifically that. So that seems like the best option, I guess. Um, I guess this is gonna be. Yeah, but that means that we already have where you at, system? Where you at, system? I should search. Search would help. Um, we do have these already, which I feel like are potentially good option. But in order to be like more fire alarm and some other thing, it could be added nonetheless. But I do agree. I do agree. This is an icon set that already exists, which is right here, that was supposed to evolve every week. And then at some point I ran out of IDs for icons, and Genie has a need for icons, so here we are. In order to get this blocks, maybe? That seems like a bad move. It seems like a bad move. I mean, the bad move in question is just the space that we have, and I can do this, but then we are very, very close to the edge, and that's what I don't like, because I know exactly what I need to do here. So, I'm still gonna do it, but I don't like it. Yeah, I feel like maybe this needs to be smaller. That's the thing. We need something in the center, that's for sure. If I make that a tad smaller, I keep that here, and then I add a point there, and then here, you know. Yeah, If you click on the model design free thing, it's supposed to go to the Figma website, and you should have the free thing as your first link, officially speaking, if I'm not mistaken. Mm. Mm. You mean that link right here is not clickable, but you can't do this? That's probably because you're not like logged in. Uh, yeah, you need I guess you need to be logged in and have a Figma account to be able to get access to it. I know. I'm bringing some clients to Figma. That's not the case. um, so in here, if we end up being there, I feel like this kind of works. God damn it. Mm-hmm. Of course. The ring on the side of the fire alarm thing, it's too close to the edge. I'm thinking ahead, and therefore, um, yeah, I see. That's interesting. Like it needs to stay there in order to be centered, but if I want it to be centered, I need to move things around, and that pisses me off. So I might just not. Yay. I might just not. That could work as a fire alarm panel, fire alarm things. Extinguisher is complex at 24 pixel. That's the thing. It makes sense, but it's just like it's not the easiest thing. It's going to be very much similar to the furniture spray bottle, kinda. I could start with one of these, um, and then see what we can do with it. But I doubt. So much doubt. So much doubt. Like the main difference with an extinguisher is going to be the head here needs to somehow be rounded. But that's basically it. Um, my stream sticker are offline. They are. No. They're there. Or you mean stream sticker as in the extension of stream sticker thing? Maybe. Yes. Gas Facebook on it. Yeah, the extension is probably dead. Yeah, we haven't used it in a while. It's no one used them, so I made my own for words that I say a lot. You know. uh, I could I could do that, and then oh, I can't do that. That's interesting. Yeah, that's not. I mean, that's a spray bottle, and an extinguisher is gonna have the hose officially. So, um, like that's the recognizable thing. That's the thing that I need to have because that is the recognized element for sure. Um, let's see. Yeah, for sure. For sure, same size. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Like the recognizability of things at such small scale is always going to be very complicated. And for something that is that complex, be a pain in the ass. The only thing that I can potentially do is get the top and the hose, but not the bottom of the bottle. So basically just hardening this and just get that as a base to understand, to make sure that this is understandable. I feel like this is an option, but it also feels like a wrong behavior. Um, but it might work. It might work. So let me get rid of that, put that back in, and then we need to have uh, one of these for sure, followed by one of, I'm gonna guess, one of these for sure. uh, that's gonna be so bad. Just use water. Yeah, no, I could see that happen at some point, but God damn it, I knew that would happen. I knew. And then we eat the hose, which is the only point that's going to be roughly recognizable if we place it on there and then just, you know, regularly whatevering thing. It might work. I can do that. I can do that. It's not ideal. I don't like it. I don't like it. Welcome back, Jeannie. Uh, it's not. It's not great. What I'm gonna say. I'm doing some curvature that makes absolutely no difference and will not be visible, so it's just like a pain in the ass for no fucking reason. Um, the thing is, extinguisher without the colors is such a weird thing to have, and um, without making it like it's fine. This is better than what we have a second ago. What we had a second ago. The thing that I'm not really liking about what I have done right here is the size of it compared to the rest of the icons. It's very close to the top, and regular icons, most of them are not that close to the top and the bottom. So it's kind of annoying because it basically implies that I need to do somewhat something like this to get at least 2.5 distance and overall alignment, which is fine, but it's not best. That's what I'm saying. It's we've seen better. And again, I'm also thinking about the in a second we need to have God damn it. We need to have the other styles for these icons in order to add them to the library, so it adds up so much things. Miles, welcome on in. How are you? Extinguisher. Extinguisher. Um, which I guess works. Clinic and hospital for me is the same, so you know, whatever. Police station, I don't think so. I think police station. Do I have this in my head? I feel like I have the thing, but based on what brain is currently telling me, I don't think I do. I am looking for the rotating light, the police stations, but I don't think I do. Don't think I have rotating lights for that. Even in vehicles, we don't have anything. So I don't think we have that. Yeah, it could go there though. That's for sure. Uh, there was at some point in the making, there was a thinking about adding the taxi and uh, police cars, which I think we may have done at some point and then deleted. But yeah, not necessarily an option. So police, not a thing that I have right now. Various building types is not something that I have right here, but it's also like fine. You know, 100% do some of these. Tall building makes sense. Film makes sense. What is a fire suppression system? I see. That's more complex. Um, I don't have a bike shed. I have a bike. As far as I remember, in vehicles we have bikes. Why is me like this? Yeah, there. If you want an old bike, an old bicycle. But yeah, we don't have bike shed. Makes no sense. Doesn't make sense. Uh, I don't think this is an option. GD, I don't think we can add bike shed into the list because again, the size of it is just like either the only thing that I can do is uh this, which is not going to be good, but you know, whatever. And it's just we have this, and therefore we have a shed. But that's it. Like that's potentially the only thing that I can do to present as a bike shed, which is fine. It works. Technically speaking, bike shed usually have a single pitch instead of dual pitch roof, but for the sake of iconography, it makes more sense than if I just give you like one angle, you would be like, what the fuck is this? But even this feels kind of off. Not impossible, but like kind of off as an icon. So I don't know. Um, but you know, it's that easy, so I can just add this here and we'll do that later. We'll change some of the alignments here and there. Right now we could have it's a bit lower, but it kind of match with this. Like if I do this, we are almost good, and therefore I can just do that so that we have like a better pitch. And it visually matched the rest of the icons, and I could make sure to have that thing to be there. Yeah. Um, I know. I know there's a reason, but still, this is not the greatest thing. Car park is same thing, kind of complicated. Um, I don't think we would be able to get like something other than the regular P, parking sign, which is an option, but at that point it makes no sense. um, Whatsoever. What is it? I should use the search bar. I should use my own website for this. Um, but yeah, in there we should have like the other signs as well. So could happen. The parking sign is just a fucking P, and that's it. It's circle, so it's one of these, officially speaking. Um, I wish, I wish it was automated. It's not. So this one, making it a tad bigger. Probably I can't do that. too much. That's gonna piss me off. It's almost correct. Like it's leaning on this side, but because of the offset, I could take like half a point out of it. Probably if I center the thing. Oh, I'm gonna kill some people again. Yeah. That's worse. That is worse. Ugh. It's like it's the fucking 0.25 shit again, and I can't afford that. Like right here, everything would be much better centered, at least, if I just did this. Like this is much aligned and so on, but because I'm moving things by 0.25 pixel, we end up with half pixels here and there that are not supposed to be here, and we will end up with even more half pixels if users decide that they are going to use the icon thin, for example, or the icon kind of bigger, and so we end up with weird ass systems. So that's it's working, but goddamn, I don't like 2.5. I don't like it. Parking sign is good. What did you say, car park? Yeah, I don't want to have to do the others uh, sign. That's also the thing, because hospital sign is just the H. Heliports, same thing. Um, and therefore, does it make a lot of sense? Does it make a lot of sense for things? These ones, though, are common. I don't think sprinklers make sense. Well, this is shit. This is gonna be complicated to create as an icon, though. I think you need to rely on water on this one. Um, like again, I can take this one. That's for sure. I can 100% get the spray paint as a starting point, and then get all of that to be like so. I guess in order to be sprinkler, we need to curve the bottom spray instead of being direct conic. And then there might be a need for a flat bottom on this. It's gonna piss me. We basically need this, and then that, and this one is gonna be a pain in the ass. I don't think this is gonna work. Not like this, at least. We can do that with circles instead to get a proper spray. If I place it here, we keep on need that. There. It's a bit close. That is a bit close. Is this not centered? What the fuck is happening? It's not. That's my bad. That's the rotation from earlier. That broke this. That's not the correct sprinkler shape at the top, which is one of the things that pisses me off. But I also feel like if we add the line that is there to create the sprinkling effect officially, that thing right there, it's going to add too much noise. What we can try. I don't think it's a good idea. I really don't. I mean, it kind of works. It kind of works. It's not great, but it kind of works. The distance in between these don't make a lot of sense. I'm gonna see if I can just I can't. That's interesting. I mean, I can. That's not what I was expecting to see here. I don't know why it's taking these two as well. Um, it doesn't look as good. And also the center waterline thing is because since it's an arched thing, it goes on all of the spokes that needs to be there. So there is going to be some water that just fly here. But maybe if I do this instead, maybe. Um, nah, something about it. I mean, we kind of need that. We could do this. No. I tried something in my head, but it's just like didn't work. So yeah. Let me move that one and then that half. See if it works. What do you mean you want me to baguette the sprinkler right away? This is not good. This is not the time for a baguette. This is not how it goes. I mean, it is how it goes, but baguetting the sprinkler is not. It is not good. This is not a good idea. So technically, in the sprinkler things, we are supposed to get some sort of a bowl cut, I guess. And then this could go on the side. I think, I believe, maybe potentially to be more of an umbrella. Huh? The regular umbrella could work. I don't think so. I don't think so. This is not going to be good. Um, it is never the right time for the baguette. I agree. I agree with that. This is truth. Absolute truth. No mistake on this one. I don't like it. I do not like the baguette. I mean, I do like the bite, but not the rest. Um, you also call it a French baguette. We call it a baguette because it is a baguette. And yes, like we don't say it's not like a German Shepherd. Like it's not a Shepherd in Germany and then a German Shepherd in other places. It's not a French baguette in other places. And that that bow at the bottom helps at just a smidge in making things easier. I feel like that's a good enough system. 2.5 at the bottom is okay. It creates something. It's very close to the edge though. That's the thing. Um, that's a good question. I think I say I'm not gonna go most of the times. So yeah, but we would say RSVP or RSVP in very French behavior is going to be an RSVP. For sure, the RSVP is the thing. Mm-mm. Uh, I would love to bring in the edge by like half a point to a point. Uh, but I feel like doing this is not gonna necessarily match with the rest. It's fine. It's not great. Continuing the icon set, yes. There were some demands for safety-related icons, including fire agents, fire suppression system, which is like 70. Technically, this one. This is going into tools, which I don't think is going to be good. It could go into building, but it's a weird system. I don't know, and Genie, I don't know exactly what you want with the O2 and CO2. Like, do you want the molecule in there? Like the also gas phase, that's the icon kitten question. Um, it does. Now that you say it, god damn it. It does like some two straps and a fucking yeah, god damn it. It's a nice dress. It's a nice dress. Uh, let's let's check huge icon if they have. I don't think they would have sprinkler, yeah. No sprinkler, fire related content. The fire extinguisher that they have is interesting. I do like this system as a whole, but I don't think I mean I like it because it's simple and that is tiny. Um but I don't think this is I mean, I hate huge icon. I hate them for uh the way that they build icons. I think it's shit. I think this is really bad. Really, really bad. Um, Let me show you what I mean, if I can. This is a fucking image. God damn it, that makes sense. Makes sense. That makes sense. They would load the image and not the SVG, which is the thing that makes the most sense. I wish they had. Let me use this one. They have an image, but this is an SVG. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Let me just get. I need a fucking account. Um. Oh, it's still loading an image. Impressive. I don't want to log in. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't give me access to that. No, that's the thing. Um I would love to avoid it. Because the goal is to show you how shitty it is. Um I think the plugin I need the fucking account as well. Let me show you what I need. They built this and this is wrong. This is so wrong. And it pissed me off every time. And I've talked about it. I showed it. I have another icon set that I paid for that also pissed me off for the same reason. Um, and let me just show you in a second why it pisses me off. And it potentially gonna make any sense for you. I don't know. It depends. But if I have, you know, and I know I'm pixelated, don't worry about it. God damn it. Let me do. Let me do 4, and then 5, 6, and then. So that's my issue with them. The These two icon, even though the second one is a bit of a fake icon that I just created, is built with the huge icon system behavior, whatever. Meaning that if I have that as a component and I use it, and then I want to switch that to the huge icon secondary option, this is going to work, it's going to be fine. But if for some reason, I'm going to do that right here, I do the exact same thing underneath, and I say, this is going to be red and this is going to be red. If for some reason I think about, switching this one from Fire 3 to Fire 4, which is the huge icon behavior, this is white. However, here in the way that you're supposed to build them, this is supposed to go through as one element because this is obviously what I'm showcasing the thing. When it's one path, it just works. So if you change the color of something because it's the same path, it's gonna work. But huge icon has a tendency to split shit. And so if specifically if I had changed that and then go back to regular section, go back to white, for example, or switch that to green or whatever, um, the probability of then being able to switch this and keep the color is just not an option because it's different layers and different things. That's one of the reasons why I hate huge icon. It's just like, it's fine, but I need to go through the entirety of the icon set again to figure out exactly um, what needs to be switched and turned off and turned on and so on. It's just like it's just so bad. It's just so bad. I don't know if I like this. I mean, I do like this as a fire extinguisher, but also there's something about it that is too simplistic. I feel like this might be a bit easier to recognize, but I also recognize that this is the whole thing. So potentially something that we bring in. Nonetheless, they don't have sprinklers, which was the reason why we looked at them in the first place. Let me get the fire in regular format instead. It could be a perfume bottle, yes. I guess they probably have some perfume bottle. Yeah, they have the squishy thing on the edge, which is similar. But yeah, I feel like the handle is something. If I could type, that would be so good. If I could type, if I knew how to type, god dang. I love how similar they are to mine because it's like, really? We all had the exact same IDs for buildings because that's the easiest thing to build. Um, do they have a bike shed? Doesn't seem to be the case. In building, a shed in building? No, they don't. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Anyways, um, fire hydrants, some building, hospital, multiple buildings, tall buildings, foam, which is related to the extinguisher, I guess. Um, don't do that. Sprinklers, fire is the main thing. The bike shed is gonna go into the building section. At least for me, fire hydrant is kind of in the building situation, but it's also something that we already have. Exit or escape right and left are very much the same thing as this. The alarm and the door. The door is going into the furniture, so it's these two are together, I think. Um, but yeah. Um, yeah, that's the issue with the size. It's just like because it's 24 by 24 officially, we need somehow, rather than high, we're calling it. We need somehow to convey the meaning of the thing and still like ensure that they are understandable. So it's a tad bit complex. I'm pretty good. I'm a tad tired as always. We are building some icons that have needs for specifics that are really complex to do. Um, yeah, it's the sprinklers. I know. You're not the first one to say that it looks like a dress. And now I can see the dress. Um, I guess if we cut the water, um, so sorry for that. Um, also, yes, there's always dancing in the sprinklers. Let me safety first on this one because I feel like I'm gonna break shit. But if we add some water droplets at the end of shit, so things like maybe cut it here, and there, and some around here. If we do that to make this thing look more like water, that's the point. Then maybe it will look less like things. Um, around middle more up and side more down. Yeah, also. Yeah, that's not a dress. I'm so sad. I mean, that was the initial rendering of the spray paint. We had some spraying happening, so it made sense. But nope, it's not what I wanted to do. God damn it. I don't know. Um, if we do the opposite, that's going to be a pain in the ass. That is going to piss me off. I'm going to cut them instead. No, I need to do that like so. I don't know. I don't know. Congrats on the stream streaks. Um, do you think making it spray in that direction would make more sense? Yeah, I mean, it's not there because it's a fire sprinkler. Fire extinguishing sprinkler thing. Um, I do see that like um getting that in is probably gonna help if we do the full shape, right? Um, but yeah, again, icons are good if they work on their own, but most of the time they are accompanied with titles and explanations and shit. So if you have like the whole thing, maybe it works. But yeah. Well, it doesn't, that's the thing. It's not like it's gonna be that. So if we went with the old-fashioned loop, maybe it could help. Um, that's the thing that uh, Phil's is saying that we're missing, which is true. But it's just like not necessarily a thing. What did you say? a big ass link. Yeah. Mm, it works. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. This works. Which again, the water effect is the thing. It's just that right now, if I wanted to make this uh like dashed, it could work, but it's just like yeah, but that's the other thing. We could do a snow-like rain-like similar thing. So what we've done here, for example, as a reversed, so that we have like the base. Um, could work. So reuse that. Mm, yeah, the angle on the one that you shared is a bit of a better thing. I agree. I agree. That means like the bottom two might not be, or the bottom three might not be the best placement nor helper here. Um, I guess now the thing that pisses me off is the fact that they are not like aligned together, and it's fine, but it's just like it's it's weird because of the angle at which they are. Like if we put them at 45 degrees, then we good, kinda. I do see that your initial share has this as a base. The main reason why I'm trying to move things around and have them being like a bit different is because I don't want to be an exact copy of what we had on the one that you shared, because it's just like eh. But also the one that you shared is good. So eh, I don't know. There's something about it that just doesn't. How much did I say? 5 at the bottom. Um, yeah, it feels weird. I'm not gonna lie, it feels weird. Um, there's something about it that just like doesn't necessarily work in that whole thing. And this one, I should just go back in. I can't be bothered. This one has multiple angles, um, which is fine, but it gives you the real sprinkler things, which is what I'm missing here. So it does have this, and it changed the angle here for that, basically. Have a good time at work. What I don't like here is the distance. The the distance in between the dots is too close, and I can't make it smaller unless I'm making them like much smaller. And it's just like not practical, specifically for the essential things. Um, yeah, I don't know if you want low flow and high flow, Genie. If you do, then it could work. But god dang. That's uh that's a lot. I kind of want to do that, but then we end up with the empty space that is here, which I don't like. And it works, but it's very close to the bottom. And again, if we somehow get this to be in a fatter line point, that's the thing. Like at 2 points, which is one of the options of the icons, it just yeah. There's something about the spacing. Let's see, that pisses me off. Not bad. I can't. I mean, I can do that, but that's just like such a. E. Ah. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Cool. Why not? Why not? It does look better than the other three. I agree. I do like this one a bit because it's fine. And it's more like aligned with the rest of the icons. This one is very much similar to what we currently have um on some of the other points. I guess this one is very close to the one that you shared, and that's why it pisses me off. But it works. If I wanted to get like a proper system, I would probably need to get through this and like if I go through the creation of like the dots alongside that path, maybe it could work. So getting like 1 point there and then 2 points or 2.5 off distance, or a point of distance right there, followed by to the point 1, 2, something like this, then maybe. Don't traveler, walk on it. How are you? Like maybe that could work, but then like already I'm not even giving myself enough space in between the points, so I need like this. Yeah, damn. And then half point there. That might work to feel like more us aligned with the rest of the things. So, yeah. Um, that's not how I delete segments officially, but it's how I'm doing it today. Uh, like just basically ensuring that I'm on the line is potentially an option just to make sure that things are a bit better. But yeah. Um, First, I've company to issue reports, track leads, invoices, and pin notes. Floor plans. Yeah. Yeah. For me, Figma is not the best, but it's the best that I can do right now. Um, like it's the easiest for my day-to-day use, just because I use it so much that I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. But then again, I have mentioned that in the past. I am not a regular person when it comes to Figma usage, and like I do shit in Figma that you're not supposed to do, or regular people are not supposed to do. So yeah, like, and you've seen the car, you've seen the other things. For me, um, vector base system is such an easy thing that yeah, I'm using Figma because it makes sense. But yeah. Um, they hired someone instead of you to do this thing, and then they failed to deliver, and therefore you are trying to achieve the thing so that they can, so that you can use it instead. Is that the plan? Like getting rehired in their place with a new system? This one is going to be a bit of a weird thing because I kind of want to have, if I do 2 points, we're going to have like such a small element in the center right here, but it's working. Um, 2. No. And then that's 1, 2. So that's basically meaning that this one is going out. It's interesting. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I need to remove this one just so that we have a bit more space around there. And then this one feels kind of heavy, so I can just remove that. And that cluster of dots is debatable, so we could just remove that for the sake of removing shit. And then here, I have a feeling that if I cross that point, we end up with something that is closer. Still not really favorite thing to do because of placement and shit. But it kind of works. And I could probably... This is a long run. God damn it. God damn it. uh, eh, Alan, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, that tea is not great, and that space is not great. I feel like the amount of sprinkle is too much. I should remove one and reorganize shit. This, like the way that my brain's telling me that this would work is that if we do this, for example, and instead of having that here, get like more content in between the two, then that could probably work. But then now I'm fucked because I lost the arch. Um, Still looks like a fox. You still see a fox. God damn it. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, but I'm pretty good. Working on icons is pretty fun as always, but this one has been a bit of a pain in the ass for no reason other than, but it is a pain in the ass. That's the reason. That is the reason. Uh, let's put you. I guess I could align you there. That could work. Right? Yeah, yeah. Um, no, study was on Twitch for that. Sorry, I'm delayed on this as well. This one is a an interesting ghost thingy. Um, Again, it works. This makes sense, pixelated wise. Like this makes sense. This is easy to have. This is more aligned with our version of the icon set. Um, you close YouTube again. I see. By the way, Studio, you said something, and I. Oh, you mean with Little Eiffel? Yeah, I know. I know. Um, it yes, yes. I guess if I do it here, you can get stick bugged, as we call it. Anyways, uh, yeah, there's too much water on this. Like that's basically what it is, and that hole is breaking the flow of things. Like we should probably have saved or kept the dot that was here for filling the whole situation. But um technically the thing that you're saying is this roughly. Not really, but like kinda. It's dang, that's the thing. Uh I don't think this is gonna work much. So feel like, nah. Maybe closer, potentially, but wouldn't. Um, like I want to avoid this because of the size. That's the only reason why I don't want to have the inverted T as a shape within it. But if I do the inverted T, then it helps with the readability of what this is. Like this is a lot easier to understand and read. The thing is, again, because we are doing like very much uh, small thing, this is 24 pixels by 24 pixels, and right now we are displaying it as if it was on a high quality display, not necessarily the best quality display, but still like high quality display. Doing that split right there and having like these things off and that thing up. Like it's working. It helps. I'm guessing it removes the fox head, but it also like creates such a, a heavy point of pixels, and it's the usual thing for if user decides this is now a two pixel point base icon set for that usage. It's just gonna be like too tight together, and so figuring out exactly how things are supposed to be used, then it's a bit of a sad thing. But then if you're using it on a bigger scale and you put it at a one point, then it's great. So that's a bit of a dilemma on this one. It's just I get it. I understand that this helps readability and recognition for how sprinkler heads kind of look like, but it's just a tad too heavy on the potential. So yeah. I'm trying to find a way to I'm trying to find a way to help you realize what things are in terms of sizes, because right now, obviously, when you're playing with vectors and you're like editing shit, everything is so clean and so crisp, and I can just move. Specifically when I have like the pixel grid that is displayed, I can move things by like half a pixels, a third of a pixel. But in reality, the output is going to look like this on a good quality display-ish, not a very high quality, like not a 4K display, but still, like the pixels are still going to be there. So 24 is here. Like that's the size of the thing. So that's one of the other reasons why I'm like, the dots for the sprinkles are good, but there are too many of them. The one that we have here are better, but there is almost too many of them. And this one is just such a wide spray dress that it's just weird. Maybe doing the head T-shaped thing. This is from earlier. On that is uh is the way to go. I don't know. Like might be. It's still a dress. But I don't have a thing in my head at least to give you as a here is how to ensure that the thing that you're building is aligned with the size of the thing that's going to be around it. It's just that it is in my head so often. Like I have things like I think the stream overlay here is what in the beginning of the stream, not today, but like on me streaming 5 years ago, we started when we started to create the emotes, and I had to figure out exactly like what was a good size for something because the emotes are like 28 by 28, making sure that the thing had enough details at a small size but also visible at a big size was useful, and rendering things in a pixelated manner also helped a ton to figure out that okay, the rice like grains create a bit of an unsharp edge, which makes it more realistic. And so playing with that was a thing. But then the more time passed, the more shit like this happened, and therefore we used my face for emotes instead of anything else. So, eh, you know, not necessarily good. Not necessarily good. But yeah, no, same thing for the real emotes. The thing that happens is I started working on them at a small size that I knew was going to be the end point and the end size for the thing, and then often just switching to the pixelated modes to see if it works, see if it still works, and so on. Like this one, for example, I have a feeling that if I did um, this instead, I do too. I do too. They need to come back at some point, but just I don't have the money right now to make them come back, sadly. That's the that's the reason. That is the reason. So if I remove that and I just get technically I can just remove this one. Um and I get three. Like 1.5, 1.5. That's a good system. Get that down to 1.5. Maybe one for this one. These are pissing me off now because of the angles at which they are. We can't really get them to follow through in a line. Like this one is not aligned with this. That's also one of the reasons why it's kind of bad. If I do that, maybe, which is this one, piss me off. Like that's okay in terms of spacing, but it looks weird. It looks like it's missing something, and size-wise, we are close enough. I guess I could have kept the last dot for this, It could go down a bit. This one could go up a bit. Bring that up by minus 0.25. A bit more thing. And this one by plus 2.5. Nah. It works, but it's not good. And this one is way too much. Like that's the issue. I don't mind it, but it's just like God damn it. I feel like we need to keep that. Yeah. Ah, my God. I don't. I see things that works like that. That's working. That angle, that curve, that thing works. And I have a feeling that if I flatten them, it's kind of going to work because of how tiny they are. But I also feel like if we just take them, duplicate them, and then stretch them to match, it could be enough of a. It's an icon that looks like an icon that comes from the UI kit that isn't a copy of the thing that you have shared earlier, that match the vibe of this thing, but kind of match the vibe of the rest, and has a bit of a more unique things. And then from there, if I take these and I move them down by like half a point or shit, bitch. Half a point? Half a point. Then we get more space here. I feel like this makes more sense. Instead of 256 at the bottom, which is fine. But in terms of representation, that makes more sense. I like this. I like this. I feel like it's better than these three. This one is okay. I feel the other thing that I'm having questioning about is the head. Uh Maybe the head system can be swapped with what we said earlier. So getting pointing position removed, added. You know what? Added here. I don't like this. I really don't. I don't know why. I don't like it. I think again, I think it's mostly because of the amount of noise that it creates. Um, and if I just go back to what I was about to say earlier, which is if we have a system of icons that is in one point and a system of icons that is in kind of more a bit bigger, this one becomes like not as readable as this one. This one is still kind of it's kind of tight around the extraction point, but it's fine. You kind of understand what it is, and even pixelated, it's fine. But that head is just like not good. So with the variation of line weights, um, again, the 1 point is always going to be good. It's the cleanest of all. But yeah, just for the sake of, okay, at 1.5, which is the regular thing, it's good. At 1, it's great. At 2, it's still working. But at above that, it's going to be a pain in the ass. So yeah, I feel like the not inverted T head is better. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I am not on this one. I am not. If we look at the other ones, um, like when you want to do an illustration and you have all the compartments, all the things, when you just want a concept to be understood, you go into the most minimalistic option most of the times. And they are doing some inverted T things. And this one is interesting. Nonetheless, not gonna lie, this is cool because it creates the thing inside, but I'm gonna be pedantic and annoying. if 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 your sprinkler is sprinkling when this thing is still intact and not broken, then something's not working. Like the reason why sprinklers work is because, well, this thing breaks when there is heat and smoke and shit. And then that release the water. So that part gets off and is removed when it starts spraying. Like it shouldn't stay. Like this is not an option. This is wrong. Physically speaking, that never happens. But in order for people to recognize that this is a sprinkler, then you know. Anyways. Complicated. Complicated. I think I'm gonna keep this one. I think that makes more sense. We can keep that on the side for the sake of keeping that on the side, but like for now. Um, we have two options for sprinklers. Very French. What else did we have? We said sprinklers is good, fire is good, building is good. Fire suppression system is a thing that we don't have because it's just like too complex. That is a tad complex. I feel like that's the head. I could go back to um the huge icon thing. Let me see if Iconly has any of it. I doubt it. Um, Extinguisher. I feel like I'm gonna have to type the entire thing just for it to tell me, oh, we don't have anything. Oh, we do have anything. Yeah, that feels more natural and more like aligned with what I wanted to have. God damn, that chair looks like mine. uh, Same thing. These ones have been built in ways that just makes absolutely no sense to me, and they are just so bad. So bad. Is this one? It is. See how the fuck this is. Oh my god. Also, that's a 48 by 48. Who the fuck does that? Cool, much better. Uh, why not? We can combine shit. I do like this. I feel like we need these. There is a need for a second line to go out the back to make sure that you have the representation of like the proper thing. So vague. So vague. Like some shit like this would help, and then the amount of content that is in there doesn't really make a lot of sense. Having the half and half is an option and does kind of make sense. Um, that is just fine. Let me move it down-ish. I feel like this is too high for what it is. And then I don't like this. I feel like if we had that instead, it could help to not get in the way too much. Maybe. Also, that bag is bad. Dang. Ugh. I see things. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Um, if I put that here, that angle was too much. I don't know. It's still something that is not not there yet. Maybe it's just the length. Maybe it's just that. Nope. That is needed. That is needed. I can see that it's needed. Um, that's what. You don't see things, but like this makes no sense. We shouldn't be at like these values. These values makes no sense. It's at bottom makes no sense either. So let me realign shit right there. That's not an option. That's 1075 to be centered within this thing because that point is at 0.5 and that point is at equal currently. We're taking the essence of the ID. I think that that effect that I had with the pyramid thing is potentially a better option. If I can just recreate it here, it could work by having, you know what? I'm gonna extend that. Yeah, that's gonna make sense. Ruru, hi, what's going on? How are you? How's the day going? This looks like shit. This is bad. There's an even amount of things here that makes more sense. Which I don't like that this makes more sense, but it does. So here we go. Here we go. That not being centered doesn't make a lot of sense. Who did this? That's not... I don't know who just made this icon, but it's not me. It wasn't me. That is not the thing I did. I This is wild. The alignment of things is just like wasn't really there. So we need to drop that down by like a pixel, by like half a pixel. And then from here, it feels like, based on what we had earlier, that the divider helps with representing the fire extinguisher. So, do that. Oh, sorry, that's not. That's what. That's probably not you. But maybe it's you, I don't know. Yeah, I know. Very, very decisive. For me, it was fine. Like, no real issues. I mean, real issues, but like fine. I don't know about that. Jeannie, anything else specific on that list that you have that you're like, oh yeah. Also, I have another question for you. The screenshot that you sent me on Discord, is this something that we can take a look at on the stream, or is this something that you want to keep private for now? Because if that's the case, I would love to take a look at it in details. Okay, these sprinklers are good. It took us 4 hours, god dang, to figure it out, but we got it. We got it. Um, then that is also one of the reasons why I'm missing things. The the signage, the signs that needs to be used are like the border needs to be thicker, but I can't really do that in the current format um, unless I'm adding a line. So if I do this and I just duplicate these things and then resize them, then I get double line with the signage, but then the P is not the right size either. So it's weird. Dini said that's too stony. That's because two things. One, they suddenly switch to Fable, and they probably started using the XAI data centers. That is true. That is true. That is true. Um, but yeah, no, for me it was pretty fine. At least last week it was fine, and then since they re-enable Fable, it was fine as well. So overall fine. Overall fine. All right, cool. Let me take a look at these. Let me take a look at these. I so wish we could just open all of them in the browser at once. That would be such a useful thing. Such a useful thing. This is so slow, by the way. I'm not. I'm not liking this behavior. There are some things in there that are really interesting. Did I just switch something? Yeah, that was underneath. Underneath. And then last one on that first message. And then you sent me this one with more content. But yeah, I forgot that they had this fucking thing with Twitter XAI data center shit. That might be a thing. Which again, Lone Traveler, going back to the discussion that we had last week, the XAI Anthropic cursor thing that is currently happening is probably also one of the reasons why the subsidization of the prices is going to retain or stay for a teeny tiny bit longer, because now they are using bitch ass money instead of us for now. So yeah, you know, it's a thing. All right. So these are screenshots from a very big screen. There's nothing that jumps at me as this is really bad, at least not from that first screen. There are things that I'm like, this might be a teeny tiny bit harder to play with here and there. But overall, it's fine. This banner at the this banner at the top, unsure of the necessity of it, but also woke up, so that makes sense. Color scheme is orange/brown, which makes sense. The icons on the side. I don't know who made them, but they are pretty cool. Um, Layout is good. That's the AI tail that we've been talking about for the past few months. These are not aligned, but that's okay. Like it's a first pass, so there is no real issue with that. The layout is good. Um, Things make sense, at least for me. They kind of make sense. That's it. That's fine. It's basically the same thing. That's also fine. Table is good-ish. There's just one thing that I would align, which is your table. So you have these things that are like two lines, potentially multiple lines, and then that is at the top. So that gives you too much white space underneath. So these single line elements would need to be center aligned for the entire thing. Uh, as mentioned every time, AI cannot fucking position a drop down icon. So for me, this is one of the tails that I have. Um, Make sure that you have enough space on the right side for these drop downs. But yeah, no, overall, this is okay placements, no issues there. That's fine. That's fine. This is okay. We've seen better, but it's okay. That section is fine as well. It's just like a lot of dividers that could potentially be just space instead of dividers, but it works. That indentation is debatable, but it's fun. And then you sent me this twice because, bottom and thing. This one might be the most complex one because you have four navigation systems on one view. So you have your main navigation system that is your sidebar, which is right now behind the camera. So don't worry about it. You know what it is. You then have your breadcrumb navigation, potentially tags navigation, but I'm not sure. But tab navigation's there, sub navigation here, which is not a navigation. It's like elements that you can put on the plan. I get it, but still, it looks like a navigation system. And then you have the other side thing that also have information about the thing that is selected on the view, which is complex. And then underneath that, you have a lot more content. So that view specifically looks very, very much too much. Because you have a 27-inch 4K monitor, and I don't know if the clients that you would have the same type of monitors. Again, I doubt, but we never know. I have a feeling that in some cases you could utilize this side of the screen to put things that are currently placed underneath. Like these things have enough space, roughly-ish, to be able to just put them on the side and provide like a full screen overview of the system. So that's a thing that you could do. In some cases, it makes no sense. Like here, you can't really do anything about it. But I mean, this one could be a column on the side with your timeline, and then underneath the information about what happened, or the information about what happened and then timeline underneath. Both would work. Um, but it's not like a necessary thing to do. Other than that, it's fine. I guess most of the things are okay. Layout wise, it works, and it's just a matter of potentially more space. That's what I see to make things a bit better. Like for example, here you have equal amount of space, top, bottom, and left side. Left side. But then because of the amount of white space that you have there, it feels empty-ish. Maybe you can make the cards a bit bigger and get them to just stack on the side so that they would roughly stop around here, I guess, based on the content instead of the fixed width that you currently have. Um, but overall, it's fine. That sidebar though, it looks kind of. I guess the issue that I have with it is the fact that the color of the sidebar, the color of the header strip is the same, and that in the scroll view that you gave me, the strip goes away. So there is something like here that just I don't know. Feels like it would be okay if it was the same color and therefore it was static and staying there. But other than that, it's fine. No, overall it's good. Overall it's pretty good. Teeny tiny alignments here and there that just makes no sense. And then most things make sense. Align properly, showcase the data that you want to showcase. There might be some redundant things. Like maybe that is. If it is static all the time, then maybe that's good. In which case, we usually go for this. Can I do that? Does that make sense? No. That's your brown? Kinda. Not really. I think you're mostly... I think you're darker than this, but it's... We don't care. I'm just showcasing shit. We usually go for this. In that case, that's it. I know, such a wild difference, but yeah, that kind of helps in selling the main content as a container somewhere if it's just like wrapping around and staying at the top all the times. And for the thing that you are currently building, I feel like this is the best option. If 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 you're doing something that is going to have some sort of an AI agent, it's because Freddy, hi, welcome in. A something that has like an AI agent shit, whatever, you could also do this as an option. God damn it. Like, you know, if your AI agent chat thing, it slides from the side, but then when you are in regular behavior, then it's like this. That's a very common practice and it works. So yeah, just for also because you have the space, you have the fucking space for this. So could be cool, could be working. Other than that, you're pretty good. You're pretty good. You said actually I hadn't given any thoughts to color scheme. I see. Or font selection. Yeah. If you're just running Claude, and because it looks like Claude, if you're just running Claude as a base and just use the median design and the base that Claude is giving you for the layouts, the content and things, it's gonna work. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fine in terms of layout. It's a median thing, so it works for the vast majority of people. But then if you just want to make it like a bit more interesting or a bit more designed overall, it's just a matter of changing the font and ensuring that your spacing is a teeny tiny bit bigger than what Claude has provided. So it's a thing where Claude is going to give you 12 pixels or 10 pixels of spacing, 16 here and there potentially, and you just bump that to the next up. So if you have a 10 base, you bump that to 15 or you bump that to 20 instead of in terms of spacing. It's going to look less AI generated. But as you just said, because you're currently just working on um, like the functionalities rather than the design, which I absolutely agree with, please do that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay. The thing that is important is in terms of functionality is ensuring that you have something that is making sense um in the hierarchy of information and in the page information hierarchy that is across multiple pages. So the thing that we've done for Stony, for example, on is it bot dot no mercy or is it bot dash no mercy? Bot dash dev? Nah, that's not it. Is it? Oh, I forgot that. That's true. Let me not die and take my meds. Forgot what time it was. I didn't see the time. Um, yeah, that's the that's better. That's better. Appreciate it. The first thing that I did also, I'm still purple. The thing, the thing that I've done for Stony specifically on this one was reorganize the pages, and then Chloe decided to reorganize the pages in the way that they had before. Um, Almost not really, but there are things that just like don't make a lot of sense. So moderation should be at the top and so on. But they had things like the pipeline and code snippet that were in chats in the beginning. And this is just like pages that have a relationship together but don't have a needful relationship together. So just reorganizing the pages in structure and in sections that really make sense is important. For you right now, you have things that are related to work, things that are related to clients, money, and admin. I feel like things that are related to admin should be either in the top, in the bottom section, or in the profile somewhere. If you have like a profile on the top right here, um, but not like in the sidebar. Or at least if it is, it should be de-linked, kinda, to the main pages of the app. And then in here, if you look at the dashboard inquiries, projects, building, assessment, action, floor plan, and reports, does it really make sense to have like building and floor plan so far away to one another? And wouldn't it make more sense to have the floor plan within the building so that you go into the building and then you find the floor plan for the building in question? Like, this is the type of questioning that you need to have to make sure that your hierarchy of information within the app makes sense, and for the user to just figure out exactly, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like the thing that I'm looking for in terms of like my invoices is going with my clients in a way. Like it's linked together, but it's a bit of a different page or quick access. So like I would have client, companies, contact, invoices, and then in money, which is like your company's money, I would have I don't know, something else that is not necessarily maybe income could be good. Debtors and forecast. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Um, I feel like that could work. That could work. Um, since the other project, you wouldn't go looking for particular building or floor plan without looking that project. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. That makes sense. Um, I don't know if all dashboard looks somehow the same. I think let me hope let me hope that I can access this thing. Still, I doubt. Um, where is that one? God damn it. God damn. Is this still working? Like, this thing was interesting. Similar layout overall. We have like a similar sidebar here with teeny tiny effects and shit. But it is still a dashboard, but it looks a bit different, you know. But I mean, it still has some issues. But then again, yes, 100%. Like, you don't really have a choice. Dashboards are a common thing. So obviously, um, we end up with the same layouts, specifically if AI is used in the first place. Um, can't you do that with an 8N? Dapshi isn't it available in there? Again, with the fact that N8N is self-hostable, always good to potentially use. I don't know. Or if you're willing, I don't think so. uh, but later, if I remember correctly, give you the ability to just plan thing if it's the one in question that I have in mind. Um, yeah, it is. They have changed their UI. Um, yeah, it does. It does. But later used to be, I don't know if we have pricing or if they once again did the fucking regular thing of not having the pricing plans. Um, I did pay for a year off later at some point, and it was fine. It did the job. You can try it for 14 days, and you can probably just create new accounts every 14 days. But yeah, I also have a feeling that not necessarily a good idea, but why not? You could create an agent on your computer that only has access to a Chrome tab that is in the Meta Business thing, and that basically does the automation by using your computer on your behalf. It could happen. Also, what the fuck is this thread logo? This is weird. Not the correct one. But yeah, like that's a type of thing that you could do potentially. Um, could create automations. They have a pretty cool rebrand. The old brand was shit. I don't know if they have a blog about it. Um, I doubt it. I doubt they have. Yeah, could be. But yeah, no, Genie. Overall, I feel like this is pretty good as a starting point. There are some things that would need to be changed, obviously, but I also feel like that you're currently just building the features, the functionalities, the thing that you are not sure will remain in it or not. Um, and in order to answer that question that I just mentioned, which is not a question, but it's like a bit of a fact, please, specifically in the beginning, ask yourself, do we really need this? Like, is this chart really a necessary thing on that page specifically? Or is it just a nice to have? And if it's just a nice to have, comment out the code and simplify the view. And then if you have users and users say, oh, it would be great if you had the charts of the things and whatever, you just uncomment the code, you push something and you're like, oh yeah, that's we can put that in there. And then they're like, wow, you're so fast. So, it could be cool. Marcy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Welcome on in. But yeah, that's the type of thing that you can do for impressing clients. I love doing that. As I mentioned last time, I had a freelance client that I did the discovery call with, and then I had some IDs, and I knew that they were paying me because we had worked together before. So I was like, well, I will have the job anyway. They came to me again because we worked together and they liked me and so on. By the next day, they had something in their inbox. Like they hadn't signed the invoice when I started working, but like basically the next day, I saw the thing that they have signed the invoice and paid the thing, and was still processing through Stripe and so on. And therefore, I sent them like a bit of an email and saying, "Well, cool. I saw that you've been like you paid the invoice. That's cool. Here is the first draft." And we had spent like 12 hours in between the call and me sending in the email, and they were like, "God damn, so fast." Like that's the thing. So if you have clients at some point and you know that there are things that might be asked, that's a good thing. But also removing shit when it's not necessary is a pretty good option. Um, so yeah. I also going back to the charts thing. I also see that you are using the same bar charts for most things. Like this one is the only one that is a bit of a different thing because it's a progress bar. But most of the time when you have a chart to display, it's going to be one of the bar charts that is horizontal. I don't know if this is the best option, most reliable elements that could work here. And, like it depends on you. You know the business more than me, for sure. But maybe there's something about here that needs to be changed. And as I mentioned earlier, with these cards being like kind of big, maybe if you make them like tinier, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4 as a grid, and then the charts on the side with a bit more height. But again, these are the things that can go into the thinking phase much later. Like this is not a now thing. This is a when you are sure that all the functionalities are working and exactly what you need them to do, and so on. So yeah, that makes sense. But that's for later. Give me a second. By the way, Stony, I had an ID earlier for the bot. I think would be pretty useful for some users. Um, and that is things that happens based on scene. So, for example, this is something that I wanted to put in place in Atom, but I never did, but I should, but I never did. When I go into the BRB screen, I feel like it kind of makes sense for me. It would kind of make sense for me to just pause raid or disable raiding option for like 2 minutes. And then if I'm like back early and I switch scene again, it re-enable or re-enable raiding as an option for other people. That could be a cool thing. I don't know exactly how that would work through the WebSocket slash controlling of OBS, but yeah, could be cool. Could be cool. Could be very useful at the end of the day. Oh my god. Sorry. I see things on my phone telling me that my bank account is getting emptier and emptier. So sad. But you know, overall fine. Layout is okay. Could be better. You could take more width. I feel like this is a type of thing that could benefit from more width. But also, you are on a 27-inch, so maybe not. Maybe get yourself a 21-inch display, which would be your target audience displays. Um, and see how it looks like. Again, my PC is currently running on a 19, I guess. Yeah, 19-inch, 1080p uh, Asus display that I bought in 2009, 2010, I think. Uh, and it is shit. I'm not gonna lie, it is shit. Every time that I'm streaming, the end stream button on the YouTube interface that I have here is burned in into the display, and then I have to unburn it the next day. Nonetheless, that Mizi, work on it. Uh, that alone is helping me to ensure that I have like a good understanding of what is the average user potential. Most users right now are on 21 inches, but yeah, I think you're missing the target by, yeah, that's sad, Maisie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We had no landing today, uh, and I'm not landing either. Unless I'm bouncing, yeah, no, I'm not landing either. So yeah, other than that, Genie on this thing, I feel like it's just like a micro alignment for some of the things. Make sure the functionalities are good, and um, make sure that you have somehow good hierarchy of information. There might be some splits that needs to be happening. As mentioned, the admin section could be at the bottom because that's where people are expecting it to be nowadays. It's either going to be here or in your profile banner menu at the top. That's the thing. This is the 00, 000 kind of uh, Coke, which are black and gold, more expensive in France right now. But yeah, they are officially in the beginning when they launched it. It was in partnership with the new James Bond movies. That's the not movies, the new James Bond uh game that just came out last month, I think, or 2 months ago. And apparently they just kept it. And I like them better for my heart because it is like zero caffeine, zero sugar, and zero calories. And therefore, because my heart doesn't like caffeine, I mean, I do, but heart issues don't. Then this is good. This is a nice one. We like them. But yeah, I see so many clothes issues in there. That's crazy. It's just like it makes no sense. uh, yeah, I mean, caffeine for me is coming from energy drinks in general, which I can't. I mean, I still drink them, but I can't officially I don't. So legally speaking, I'm not taking any energy drinks since I had heart issues. Um, but I I do not. Uh, and I have them in Coke sometimes, but that's about it. But yeah. Um, I wish. Um, like I feel like I could create a cloud code skill, but also it pisses me off. Like the reason why I wouldn't create a cloud code skill is mainly because the instant I make the thing, the model is gonna basically get better, and then the skill is becoming useless. So it's just like, what's the point? Um, but it's the type of thing that is very simple for me in terms of like aligning things. This is a bit more complex to achieve than you like than the regular things, but it could work. Um, simplifying and centering shit like this, for example, this is not something that could be fixed with a skill. This is something that should be fixed almost half manually. Um, but most of the stuff that I see is just it's using a font that doesn't have even spacing above and under, and therefore it it's just like if you select a better font, then you get like the thing that we have in Figma, for example. If I create uh this and I give you that and I create a button around it or whatever, let's put that at like 10% for the usual behavior, and I'm making sure that it has rounded corners, rounded things. In order to make sense of this, in order to, like make it like a tag, instead of having 1010, which first of all, who the fuck, but also, whatever, it means or it needs to be like a bit shorter on the x-axis, like vertical padding, and now you have a tag that is pretty good. But if I just get in and I give you this is gonna break, yeah, and I give you this, which is like alignment to the letter positioning, these two have a height of 9, and it makes sense. It's good, you know. It's properly spaced and properly placed within. But as soon as I say, I don't know, we get a we get a G, then that undershoot is going to be here. So we end up with more space, and the trim, the AI model trim thing is going from pixel and not from line height. So we end up with this thing that is going to be bumped up, kinda, and looked not centered. One of the ways that we have to avoid this is to go into the vertical trim for the text and use that instead. And so the vertical trim, which is a CSS function, will basically just clamp in between the two things. And you end up with no need to exactly align shit and be payers. Like, it's fine. But then in terms of visual alignments, which is a bit of an annoyance, here I would benefit from this. Visually speaking, they are the same. Like, this one is 21, which is kind of wild for the first point. But yeah. That is worse than expected. This is 6 and 6, and this is, oh no, that's why. This looks weird now, but 5, 6 makes more sense, like alignment wise. So this one, if we wanted to have something that is good, we could just have 6, 7. And it looks centered. So this is the type of teeny tiny adjustment that would make the design a bit better, but it also is not a good thing. But then again, I'm gonna go back to 6, 6 for this one, even 8 for both. It's just whatever. If I go back to untrimmed, and if I give you, that's enter. If I give you Geist, same font. If I give you Sarah, which we talked about, if I give you Dado, which is the other one that people are using most of the time, or used to use. This is 35, 35, 35, and 35. But the center alignment, put that there. Like, are they exactly all aligned with the same amount of overshoot, undershoot, and so on? Apparently, I chose the exact same font. Like, Enter is going lower than Geist. That is a bit tighter on the G. Sarah is going a bit tighter on the G. If I go on something that is like wild, like outfit, we get something that is clunkier. So it's an option. I feel like Figma has done something to the fonts because it didn't used to behave like this. And I'm pretty impressed with the alignments so far. But again, if I go into weirder system, right now it's pretty stable. I'm pretty happy with that. Like, even that one, which is not centered whatsoever, its sizes remain 35 as a total thing. So I guess Figma has made some changes. Nonetheless, you can see that this one is higher, this one is smaller, and so on. So depending on the font that you're going to take, you're going to end up with different variation. Like, this one is the was. I guess the one that is like offsetted or will offset the thing and end up with that whole thing being at 35 still, so that's crazy. I'm impressed by this. Um, so I don't have like a font recommendation that I can give you. I know that Enter is good. Geist, which is Vercel font, is good. I use Gen interfaces because it's a Japanese font, so it's easier for me to just create things that contain Japanese characters and feel aligned. But most people don't do that. So, you know, it's it's a nice font that is created by Noto and Enter, um, and ensuring basically that the weight of the kanjis is aligned with the regular characters of like Romaji and so on. Because in most fonts, when you switch from regular text to kanjis and characters like Chinese and Japanese, these are visually heavier because of the amount of strokes that are on all of the letters and characters. So they needed to just adjust things. You can kind of see that on in between these two. Like these ones have horizontal line that are slimmer compared to these ones that are like a bit thicker because there is not so much noise all around. This is like part of the kanji on its own, but also part of the font. So that's the type of thing that helps in the system, and I do like this. But then again, most people don't use or don't have Japanese characters in their apps and their systems, so it doesn't make any sense. Um, and then if you are trying to create something that makes sense and has like personality and so on, maybe there are fonts that are related to fire brigades, like shit that have been created for the fire brigade, for the emergency dispatch, and so on, that are meant to be readable from far away, or things like this that have like meaning and historical use that you could potentially take as a base if they are obviously either free and or paid with licenses and so on. But yeah, it's an option. Like, don't go there, but there might be some interesting things here and there that you can take as reference. Like maybe some of these fonts that used to be hand painted on the side of the trucks could be your titles, could be your marketing content if you really want to be in the fire department thing. But you know, maybe a bit of a heavier things. Always interesting. It's always interesting. I don't know if I have this. I feel like I did save it. That's not the one. That is not what I was looking for. Um, there is there is a platform that I have saved at some point. Maybe it's dead. That had a ton of free font. And this one is the Chinese free font, so that's not going to help you in any way, shape, or form. But it's really useful for me. Which, by the way, if you are someone that is writing in Chinese or in Japanese, this is useful. It's a nice repository on GitHub that get a ton of things. Bfont is another of them, which is providing fonts in demo format. So every font that is in there is the try at home, try first option. So if you're like, oh yeah, I do like this thing, you can download the temporary demo font, and then um, that's officially you're supposed to pay afterward if you're using them in a commercial thing, and they have a ton of things. So again, if you just want like some interesting fonts and so on, this one is pretty cool. Um, it works. It makes sense. Anyways, side notes. But other than that, I don't know. I think like the design is good. The layout is working. The content seems to be fine. I just don't have enough information and or knowledge about the project and what it entails that I can help more distinctively than this. So, you know, it's a start. It's a start. But yeah. Anything else that I like? You know what? I like that sprinkler. Good thing we took the time that it needed to be taken to figure out that the sprinklers needed to be better. I may need to polish some of the things in there, specifically um, the placements of the dots, because, well, I mean, it's fine, but still, uh, alignment and shit might need to might need to happen. Um, um, in the yeah, I did delete it already. It's too late. Too late. It's been deleted for a bit now. But I can recreate the ballerina in about a second, so it's it's fine. It is fine. Look at it. Look at it. Look at me go. That is the direction. So that's the line. And in order to get the proper thing, that was the ID. And so then I just did they? God damn it. Ta-da! Done. It took me a second. Exactly. Just to piss off Stony because I'm too fast on this thing. I get it. I agree. I agree. I would agree. But yeah, it's basically that easy. So if you really want it. You said I'm making it look easy, and I go too fast on this. So, yeah. Uh, Nonetheless, I'm not gonna release that. Uh, eh. Again, it is like I would say in order to achieve this and to understand like why it it is not really, but like why it is so easy in a way to figure out exactly like how to create said things. For me, it's mostly the fact that I've been experimenting with shit like this for a while, but I've made sure that every time that I did some similar outputs or experiments, at least, I was getting as fast as I could, or I was doing it as fast as I could, just so that I could ensure that the output was like on my manager's desk by the time that they just sit down. Like that's one of the things that I did in agency. It's just like manager just comes to my desk, asks me to do something, and by the time that they go into the corridors and then sit down, they have a Slack message with the thing. And it's like, just like this? What? And yeah, I can't do that anymore. I'm not that fast anymore. I used to be. I used to be. I don't think this is gonna work. I think that. Mm, I don't think the cross is a good option. It's interesting. Anyways. um, ah, what you're saying is that you need me to enable the keys so that it makes sense and it's easier to understand. Yeah, maybe I can do that. Do that. Even with I don't know if it's gonna be easy to understand. That's an interesting thing. That could be a logo. Yeah. Hmm. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm not gonna say that I feel like I figured it out in terms of temperatures and shit, but I may have. Also, why? 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 I feel like yours is fine. You have a nice triangle, uh, right there. Not that, you know, anyone else has a triangle as their icon. But you know, you could get um, a triangle based flame. I don't think this is gonna be good though, but you could get uh, like one of these. As a concept, and then like flying things or firing things. Like pixels, but voxel, you know. It did. It did. It's just like so unreliable when I'm like using these because they all need to be outlined in order to make sense and to be placed properly and to be resizable properly. Meh. Are you set on the name? By the way, I feel like it sounds generic in a way that it might already exist somewhere, as if I already heard the name. Fire CRM seems to be something that I know, which is weird. Um, the Two of Diamonds, yes. Um, because yeah. uh, so you being like, you know, I feel like might not be the best option. Um, sorry. uh, yeah, it exists. It exists. It exists. That's the thing. I just want to make sure. Interesting. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that. Anyways, uh, you moved away from the CRM part. That's good then. What uh, what specific features do you think is like the differentiations compared to the rest of the market that could uh, you know, make you stand out? And something that is very important, sometimes you don't need to have a name that is related to the thing that you're doing. As in, Meet Frank, the thing that we talked about on Monday, is the name of a job board. It's just Meet Frank. It's not Frank, it's Meet Frank. Like that's their name. So, you know, why not? You can have names like your project is called George. That's the thing. That's the name. That's an option. Like most of the names of the thing that I have created are either puns or play on words by the thing that I'm doing inside of it. What if it doesn't need to? It's an option. Going back to this thing for the fire door, I don't think this is good. I don't think this is understandable as a fire door. It looks like a fridge. It's like I don't even know if I have the fridge. Oh, we call that appliances. That's what we said. Um, yeah, we just have the washing machine. So yeah. Um, open pinning. That's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, that's basically why I was saying, uh, not furnitures, but like furnitures kind of does the job. Using the door, like the realistic door with the handle makes sense, but then Phil's mentioned that fire doors have the one bar across to make sense. So that's one of the reasons. But I can't really go into the design tools and take my layouts instead. Why is it not there? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. So yeah, I don't know. Um, if I was going to pull these off the open market, I would probably instantly think of combining Salesforce, Plan Radar, and Sage Pay. Mm. Yeah, I mean CRM and shit. Um, yeah. I mean, the difference is gonna be wild. I know. Oh my god. Oh my god. So much difference. Um, I know. I know. That's crazy. Yeah. That's weird. The weirdism, they do have this thing, and based on the size of the icon, again, I can't really have the U shape thing. So yeah. The other option is to get the door that is open as a starting point and then put the fire with it. But then when you do that, you end up with not really having uh, the understanding. Like, that would be so weird. I guess. Uh, yeah. I mean, why not? Maybe if we move that past, like a bit more in, a bit more up. Good. It's weird. It's weird. It's not the best. It's not the best. Um, I'm thinking ahead again. Um, yeah, this is not. Eh, eh. Um, that split is fine, I guess. Let me just make sure that this is in place properly because otherwise it's gonna piss me off. Are we single, 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 singles? Um, Cutie, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I'm guessing Stony gave you me. About a week ago, I think. I think I saw your name in the follow list at some point. Um, what on it? Um, do we live in a world that is not worth living? This is a very wild question right now. Uh, depending. For some people, it's not. For some people, it is. So depending on circumstances, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Let's do just this. Sorry, but my bad, my bad. What in the fuck? All right, so let me get. Oh, that's why. My bad, my bad. That's on me. That's on me. I resetted Figma earlier today, and therefore things are at 10 now. It makes sense. That's on me. That's on me. I can only blame myself. Um, Long travel. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the lunch and dinner. All right, cool. So if that is here, we then have Duo, Sharp, and Solid. I should have renamed them. You know what? I'm gonna rename them. So if I find line slash, I want to replace that with Duo slash, and then from there, I want to rename that with Duo slash with Sharp slash. Even though I don't need the slash, I'm still using it. Slash instead. Cool. These are gonna be componentized, and then of my duos there, everything is gonna be duplicated. Second one is gonna be renamed 60. They're all gonna be at 60. It's not gonna be visible, which is fine. And so here we want the top section to be the shed, the important part. Here we want the sprinkle to be the important part. Same shit here. Same shit here. God damn, I have 3 sprinklers. Here, I think we want the fire to be an important part, but I'm not sure. Like it feels fine to have the fire as the important part, but it also feels like it's gonna stand out because of the cut that we have here. So that's a weird thing. Same for this one. Same issue. Kinda not really. Same here. Also, I love that Figma has told me that they have made some updates that makes Figma better and faster. And obviously, as you can see, it's not the case whatsoever. So, yeah. I think the bottle... I can't do that. I think the bottle body kind of can get the fuck out as long as we have the top. Same here. Like it feels like this is what it is. Like it makes sense as long as the top is there. Um, I don't think they. I don't think they have. I do not think they have these two are not gonna be changed, and this one is gonna be. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. Don't do that. It's gonna be a P. So yeah, I'm unsure about these two for many reasons, but that's the main reason. Um, Sharp ones are pretty simple. It's just like instead of using round, it's using either none or uh, bright cat. So yeah. And then we also want to make sure that all of these, I should have done that, my bad. All of these are sharp in their corners so that we don't have additional elements. This makes sense. This makes sense. This doesn't. These two are going back to 0. That's a nice lining right there. That is broken. So to answer your question, Stoney, based on the fact that this one is absolutely broken, then no, they haven't fixed that shit for some reason. That needs to remain kept. And I'm seeing this, I'm seeing that, I'm seeing this. Ah, shit. So you and you and I guess, I mean, the door is supposed to take it, but I'm just gonna do, instead of none, they're gonna be square, so that we end up with something that is like square, and still fine. And then this one has, can I do 0 on this? I can do 0 on this. Same here, I feel like, yeah. Oh, that door is gonna be bad. Yep, that's what I thought. I should select everything at once, shouldn't I? Yeah, that would make more sense. But that's it. I'm done now. Oh my god. And then this one, I need duplicate of this, removal of that. How faster are they? God damn it. The moving around is so much painful. Oh my god. This thing, no P, no background. Extra file name support? I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that. Okay. There. That was not supposed to happen. So this shit, sorry, this shit. Yeah, thank you. So these two subtract, or that's not a bad move. Or I get both of them being unionized, and then I get this to be a 2 point or 3 points. So that it matches with the goals, and then that one gets a 2 points treatment so that it's fatter. Maybe it's too fat. Maybe it's too fat. I don't know. I don't know. These two are gonna get 2 point treatments and fill, and the fill is gonna be the same color as the rest. And then, in order to make sure that we have the things proper, oh my god, let me move around, Figma. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Let me just get in with a +5. My bad, plus 0.5. Um, yeah, much better. Much better. Cool. Same thing there, minus 0.5. Have a good rest of your day, Genie. Thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it, as always. Uh, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Give me some updates when you have them, as always. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. Can we do that? Yeah. I guess we don't really have a choice. Everything is gonna get the fuck out, and we're gonna keep that. Invert this. Same shit with the color. God damn it. Same shit with the color. That's what I said. I was thinking this. Then sticking this. And then that thing. Sticking this. Oh, that makes sense. And then these two are going to be subtracted. That's a fine point for now. It's not. And the usual is a 0.2 or 0.5 in corner radius to just round up some shit. 1 point in variation. Makes no sense on this one. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. It's just like the inner point is going to be the only thing that remains as a subtraction. So this is gonna have no inners. My bad. Oi! Oh. I do that the other way around. I fucked it up. That's my fault. Oh. I can't do that. I need to split it again. I split that, and then I need to bring that in from outside, and then make sure that the inner one that we have right there doesn't have the bell thingy. And so can remove that and then merge these two together, even though it gives us more space. I do have something that is more aligned, and then as we are supposed to, I'm gonna put that at 2 points. It's better, and that makes more sense. Yeah, for sure. I don't like the doors. I know what I have to do with the doors, and that's the infinitors. Use the search. Never. I see. I see. I see. You sure? No search. Well, basically, I need to do this, and with the fire, I have fear of the details that are going to basically fade out. So, yeah. No choice though. No choice. So, duplicating it, we get to keep just the fire, not the door content. which is good. We then go into the door itself. We remove the fire alone for now. We are going to duplicate this to get the handle as a subtract, I hope. This is going to be weird, but why not? So I can remove these points. And then from this one that still has the handle, we can remove the handle. Then we need to duplicate the fire a second time because we are going to subtract it from the door itself by bumping up the border size on the door. But in order to do that, the door needs to be the correct placement. So it needs to go just align with the thing, align with the thing. That thing is supposed to take a 2-corner or 2-point corner radius, which is good. Then we get to add a fill. That fill is taking, as again, always, the same color as the rest. If you haven't seen, by the way, that's not what I wanted to do. You now have the ability to just say, oh, I can't zoom in that much. If you are hovering on a layer that contains variables or style by using shift, which right now this is fucked because Figma is fucked, but by using shift and clicking, it's going to take and use the variable instead of just the color. So that's a good thing. I think it's nice. I think it's nice things to have. So you know, we like it. We like it. So this and that, we're gonna just do a removal from these two. From that subtract number 2, gonna bump this to 4, 3. I guess 3.5, 4 would be better. But yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna also add a fill color for this system. This is broken here. Interesting. We're gonna move this to the side then. But it's fine. In order to get the full thing to work, it's that handle is just like in the way, and we couldn't put it in, but it's just like it feels weird. So if I move it out and I go back to 3.5, maybe we'll just like add the edge. So 3 would be better, only if I can fill the thing. So by having that closed, we're supposed to have the entire thing to be taken out. So I can just remove these points right there. And then from here, that selection can have a fill. So that I just got the output. This is good. And then we take this, which is the outer flame, and then the door with a subtract, and we unionize them together so that we are good. Again, you can see that this is shit. This is just Figma being Figma, and that pissed me off. In order to get that offset, I kind of want to do this so that we can have our subtraction to be at 4 and a door to be like okay with it. And then because I want to have the effect here with rounding these things, that makes more sense. Yeah, that's fine. I don't like it though. So I'm going to take this one. I'm going to add a fill, which is just going to be on this one. Ensure it's taking the correct color and the color scheme. And yeah, fine. Fine. And now I need to do the exact same thing above. That's not true. That's not true. Just because I'm a lazy bitch, I'm going to take this and I'm just going to paste it there, remove everything else, and then take this thing and God damn, it's so slow. Just like blown away by Figma inability to be performant. It's crazy. Or the top one, I don't like it because I don't have an option. Basically, the only thing that I can do is make the door be filled, and that's it. Which is the only thing that I will do, but it's still not exactly what we want to have. Well, whatever. So, first of all, remove the door, both of them, and then, got it. And then on the door, remove the fire. Sorry, I went too high. Remove the fire. Um, uh, duplicate it. Duplicate it. Duplicate it. Remove everything except the door handle. Still good. Still good. Get this. Add a fill. Select the color. Take the door handle. Subtract it. And then unionize these two together. And I don't like it. I'm gonna have to split it again with this one being not taking this and this one being just taking that, and then this is getting above in union, and this one is getting 1 point and a 1 point corner radius. Makes more sense, kind of helps. Not really. 1.5. Alright, cool. Can't do shit in there, can't do shit in there. It's kind of bad. And not like this is kind of bad. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, this is just bad overall, so can live with it. We could do that though. That's true. That's true. Let's bump it to 2. Let's bump it to 2. It it might need to be there, but it needs to be solid. That's the thing. So in order to be solid, we need to have this thing to be filled. Don't really have a choice on this. Yeah. Anyways, let's go back to my vehicle. Vehicle right there. I did absolutely nothing on this shit. I just put it at 2. Oh my god. I could at least have given it the wheels to be filled. What a lazy bitch I am. That's on me though. Yeah. Okay. Ah. Mm-mm. If I just do that, it works. But it's bad, but it works. Anyways, let's remove the roof of the shed on here. Let's remove the shed. I mean the bike on the roof. And then unionize them together so that they are a solid thing. And then as always, because we've been duplicating and merging things together, ensuring that every single one of them is single layer every time, even if it's like composed of unions. I don't like this. I need to fix this. I need to fix that as well. So these two, they, wrong. This makes sense. This makes sense. This is good. This is good. This is still shit. That's fine. That's bad. That's bad. And that's fine. These things are supposed to be called vector in order to have the color thing that I showcased earlier to work. Otherwise, it's shit. And then here, I need to duplicate that, get the head out, and then get the body out. And then merge them together. And right there, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go there, duplicate this, take everything here, and flip the shit out of it. And now we have a unionized vectored thing right there and right there. Vector here. And we good. Yeah, these two, I don't know. I don't know what I can do with that, other than potentially just moving it to 2 points. I don't really have a choice here. If I want to keep the placements issue. I don't like that. I don't like that. The distance here is the same as usual. Like this is giving me 2 instead of 1. And therefore, like I need 0.5 as an addition here to kind of match the rest. Yeah, that's better. It's not great, but that's better. And this bitch needs to have a fill. It's so bad. That doesn't look like a sprinkler whatsoever. Do I care? No, I do not. Oh. All right. Cool. We got new icons. 13 official new icons added. Some of them I still need some tweaks, because right now that's not gonna work. For the same reason as usual. It's just it's things are too close together, and we end up with bundles like this. So the issue that we have here, for example, in the sharp version, is how can I explain that in a way that makes sense? The corner definition that we have within this to be sharp corners and joint being at specific angles, and having, like right now they have a 28.96 degrees. They should be at 45 degrees, but when you put them at 45 degrees, you end up with shit like this, which is really bad. And the only way that you have to ensure that this is not like fucking up the curve that is supposed to happen is to have your curve points to match like together, but because Figma is just fucking up everything lately, this is going to be very complicated because we need to align thing like so very kind of, not really, but kind of, and it's just not the thing that Figma likes to do. And sometimes you just need to, you know, manually align shit. And it's working. It's fine. It's fine. It's just it's a pain in the ass. As always. As always. Oh my God. That's not better. uh I don't know how I can fix this one up then. Oh yeah, I can't do that either. The other option is to outline it and then uh, mm, change the path. I don't like this. I'm not gonna do that. I don't really. I do have just the fire. If you know, just want the fire. I do have just want the fire. I don't really have things for gamifications uh, that could be used as a streak, as far as I remember. Let me just take a look. Yeah, no, even in fantasy, we don't have a lot of things that make sense for like repeating things. Maybe in shit like clocks or time. I forgot if I said time or clock. That is the usual. Um, yeah, not even the clock is not gonna give you anything. So not a good option. Um, so yeah, no, other than the fire, that's the only thing. I do think that I do think I have lightnings. I do. That you could use as a streak things, but that's the only option. The weather section is going to be okay for that. Um, other than that, nothing else. Do you have anything specific that you have in mind for potentially having uh, streaks? Oh, I hate it. God damn it. Tad better. Let me just move that in. I feel like if I do that, I round it up like this. This is an option. I make it flat, like 45 degrees. This is an option-ish. It works. It works. I'm gonna cut it here, I think. Uh, for... Oh my God, it is so slow. Yeah. Again, I love that Figma said or had the balls to say at Config or last time that they had a conference that they've made some improvements in the vector editing things, and it's just like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Look at how shitty it is. Oh yeah, no, that one works. that one works. Oi. Bitch. My bad. My bad. That's on me. That's on me. I was not prepared. Let's align this here. Let's hope that it still works for this thing. Let's move it in a smidge. We have a bit of a hopefully. That's not great either. God damn it. There's just this fucking point that pisses me off, to be honest. Again, pixelated wise, no one knows. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't care. I do, for some reason. I don't know why, but I kind of do. This is clean, this is clean, this is shit. I don't really know what I can do here other than potentially just have the bottom section of the tank being filled and then the top section being like not filled. And that could be enough of a change slash design choices on this to just have that element here to be like filled. What? It feels cheap because it is cheap, but it feels very cheap. So I don't know. I don't know if I like this. You know what? I know I don't like this. That's truer. Um, but it's necessary. So it's going to remain like this. It's going to remain like this. In order to get the solid version to make more sense, I have a feeling that this would benefit from being further out. Just a smidge so that you have the differentiation between the tank and the nozzle. These ones are fine, kinda. But that feels weird as well, so I don't really know. And then the extinguisher, I don't really remember if the red and white split is at the center. It's roughly at the center because of the label, and it used to be just the bottom that is or was a different color, usually black. So maybe we can just have the separation near the bottom instead of near the center of the fucking thing. Maybe just there. Come on, Figma, you can do that. I feel like that's better. For some reason, it just feels more natural to have just the bottom to be split because that's where we have the plastic protection that is the black portion of the extinguisher in the regular thing. So that feels more natural. Is it better? I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. This would piss me off though. We could just invert it. We could just invert it. Could we? Nope, not that way. That way. Like, it's fine. It's okay. It's not the best option because it's just a fucking P, but it works. It works. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. That's gonna be okay. That's gonna be what we needed. Naming convention wise, though, parking sign makes sense. Escape right, escape left. Fire extinguisher full. Fire extinguisher just the head makes sense. The fire alarm. The door fire retardant. The door fire, which is fire door. Weird thing. Door fire but open. Sprinkler T inside of the thing. Inverted T. Sprinkler dress, I guess. Let's call it flow instead. Dash flow. Sprinkler. That's good. And bicycle shed is fine. It's fine. It is fine. So we have these that go in tools, these that go in furniture, these that go in human, and these that go in map. So they all already are almost split properly. So let me just I don't really forget that. Let's see this in action. It works. Yeah. That's a bad move. Oh my god. Into tools. Into tools. Maybe. Alright. Tools. Tools, is that furniture? Yes. It could go into devices, to be honest, but where you at? Furniture's is supposed to be like somewhere around here. Yeah, right there. Cool. And then these human, and the last go in map. Human is somewhere. That helps. That helps. I should just search, you know. I've said that every time, but I called it living, not human. That makes no sense. Human is now living. Yeah, yeah, I think. Right? That's what I said. Yeah. And then the last one, map. That's fine. Cool. It feels like I should have the other signs as well now that I'm looking at it. And in filled, this feel wrong. Um, yeah, that's better. 0.25. 0.25 makes more sense. It feels like the other ones also would benefit from that, but I don't know if I want to do that. Again, I said that earlier. Hmm. Yeah, we do have it. Kinda. See, Figma is still broken. It was a bit of a pain in the ass to do at that size. So, yeah. For VLC, yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? No. Would it help? No. No. Maybe. No. Um, let's get these placed properly next to the other signs. That we're good. And now we have all of that is done, so that's cool. This is fine. We have everything that we needed here. The only thing that we don't have is the clinics and the industrial parks. I believe that hospital was good for clinics as well. Debatable, but fine. And industrial parks is just a weird thing. They're just multiple buildings, so we don't have that. Um, and then O2 and CO2, I don't know how it can represent the molecule as a NICO, because like the O2 molecule is just titties. So I could create just titties again, just fine, but we can just reuse the titties. But the CO2 one is just like it's the same shit. So it doesn't make any fucking sense to make as a NICO. Um like it nah. This is gonna be confused for the share button. And the O2 one is mostly the same thing. Um, so I don't think this is going to be worth it. We could try, but it's not. It's not good. So if I do so, O2 is there. Police station we don't have because, as always, industry parks, extinguisher, fire door, alarm panels, escape routes. Good. So we have four left that we don't have. Can't have for many reasons, simplicity and so on, but could work. I'm gonna just check my medical. It's probably just the next one, yeah. My medical shit, because I don't think we have any molecule in there. We do have viruses. Huh, okay, could, we could do it. I don't. Um, yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I guess the reason why Genie needed that is because it was like CO2 monitors, and like CO2 detectors within the buildings and shit like this. And therefore it's like a different device, but it might be the thing. Um, and yeah, think CO2 is another molecule, 100%. 100%. Um, yeah, not that I care, because, I probably could. Just look here. That potentially someone already has, you know, just a set of molecule that exist. Uh, maybe, that we can just use. Um, and there is probably already like a library somewhere I can use and take as a base, because of basically scientific papers and other things in scientific environments requires sometimes to have the molecules and the thing to be written, and therefore there's already someone that has made them. That's for sure. Are they good? I don't know. That's the only thing. Um, that is the only thing. But yeah, I should have done that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Well, it's fine. I forgot to export the icons because right now it tells me that I need to I will need to go through the entire fucking thing to export them. I don't like that. That's my fault. That's my fault. Um, I see. Isn't it tetra tetrahydra? Is that the thing? Tetrahydra, I think. I think. I Oh, it's caffeine. It's different. I have the other one in head, which is different. Not the one that you want. Anyways, uh, no new buildings, no new things. That's fine. That's good. Kinda. That's okay. Uh, most of them have been outlined, cleaned up, and yeah. I wish the Command E or the Command Shift E would like provide the total exportable thing, including the new ones, but that's not the case. I'm guessing I forgot. That's the guess. I feel like I probably just forgotten to put these uh, in exportable mode, and therefore I need to do that. Uh, oh no! Sorry. Apple is starting to review The perfume app right now. Why now? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm kind of scared. I'm not gonna lie. On the latest rendition of their review processes that they have put in place, where they have said we are going to be a bit stricter on apps that don't make revenue, don't have something that stands out. And obviously, perfume does stand out in a way because it's not something that people have, but it's not an app that has like a ton of users and or has the ability to just get a ton of revenue out of thin air like other people. So I'm kind of scared of their potential invalidation um, of the app. That's uh, that's a real thing. But yeah, welcome back with food. I think I have everything that was supposed to be in there. Oh no, tools. Tools. Right? Or were they these? These are tools. These are furnitures. I did put them in tools. That's the reason. That's the reason. Um, yeah, basically. So the thing that happened is they have said, and people have overblown the thing, but they have said that they were removing or basically became stricter on their App Store policies that they have for a long time, which is your app should not be the same as another app. So if you are building something like a to-do list, there's already so many, and unless your app specifically has something that makes it stand out and is very much different than the rest, then they might just pull it out of the store because it makes absolutely no difference for them. That's the first thing. And then people said um, Apple is removing vibe coded app from the App Store. And that was not the case. What they were doing is removing vibe coded apps that were basically web wrappers that were available or able to be updated entirely through something that is not the Apple review process. So if your app was just a web view and you could display whatever the fuck you wanted in there, then they said just fuck off. That's not that's not what we need to have in the App Store. So they started removing these apps. And the thing is, things like Replit, Bolt, and other apps like No Code AI Builder are basically providing a wrapper that is just web. And if the user wanted to change things and they get the review through, this is a puzzle game, and then the next week they update the HTML and have a porn site instead, it works. It's an option. It doesn't go through the Apple review process. So that's the thing that I have removed. But then last month or 2 months ago, they have announced that they will be stricter on their reviews. They will be stricter on the apps that they are retaining on the stores because of how many apps have been published since AI agents have been available. Like basically the simple fact that we now have the ability to just create a to-do list and then publish it on the store. Because it's a duplicate of something that already exists, they might just say no. And in the new updated privacy policy in terms of users that they have announced and put in place, they are basically stating that if they want to, they can just pull the app from the store if it doesn't bring in enough revenue or if it doesn't bring in revenue. So I don't know if it's like free app slash paid app that don't have any users, or if it's like paid app that brings in some users, but it's like $20 a month, $5 a month is enough, or if they still want to have some things like $20 a year that is not enough, and therefore maybe we pull them out of the store. But it feels weird because all of the free apps would be removed. So there is a thing that I don't really understand in their wording and the way that they have present things. So that is the situation. But we'll see. We'll see. Kira, welcome in. Welcome back. Um, I do like Fable. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's shit marketing on Anthropic sides. I get it. You need to make sure that your model is as praised as possible. Um, but as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, they have it's calm down because I hate this, but they have started by saying our models are too dangerous and complex. We need some regulations, and then they get regulated, and they blame the regulators because they have asked for good regulations, and they plastered everywhere that Fable was unavailable because of the US governments, and you're like, shut the fuck up. That's your fault. And then they bring it back and they say it's back. The US government has said it's okay, but it's now nerfed down compared to what we had in the first place. However, in order to make sure that it's like good, we're gonna have to make it usage based. So we are gonna give it to you until the 7th. So everyone use it. And then on the 7th, they say, well, you're gonna have access to it until the 12th. So now everyone is gonna use it again and burn as much credits as possible. And then on the 12th, they're probably gonna say the same shit again. So I'm like, I just I I get it. I get it. You want your users to just use their tokens and not do much work or do the work that they need to do, but like at the end of the day, it's shit marketing. It works, but it is shit marketing. Um, and I'm expecting them to say, as we mentioned last week, I'm expecting them to say on the 12th, or maybe something along the same line of Fable is now on usage base only, like API cost only, and then um, and then um, say I don't know, OpenAI released their new models that are like better, probably based on how the ladders is going every time. The Anthropic models come out, they are much better than the OpenAI models. Then OpenAI come out, and then it's so far away better than the Anthropic models. And then 3 months later, 2 months later, it comes out, and it's much better. And so, like the regular thing. So I'm expecting OpenAI to pop in with something that is like so good that Anthropic is like, oh well, we need to allow Fable to be used because it's the only thing that we have that is at the level or near that level of OpenAI thing, and therefore they're just gonna re-allow it in the regular subscription. It's just like it's that easy, at least for me. But yeah, no, for the other thing that I mentioned is like if you remove it from the usage base system, or if you put it only in the usage based system and not in the pro plan and so on, you are ensuring that all of the users that have no information about the tech world and just use the tool as the tool will have no idea that the thing is available somewhere. They will plaster banners everywhere for sure, but they would have no idea what it is and what it does and if it's good or not good, which I don't mind. But that also means that all the people that have a subscription plan and not an API plan will not have the incentive of going to, oh, cool, I burn all of my tokens through Fable, and now I need to go through the API. And they should do that, marketing wise, business wise. If you get me to burn through 100% of my tokens in about 3 hours with Fable, and then you say, well, if you want to continue working, you need to go through API, I would be more than willing to go through extra usage because I know how good it is. But if you put it behind the paywall right away, I'm like, well, I don't know what it does, so I don't give a shit. That's probably what's going to happen. But then again, in the past few months, we've been pretty good at 4.8, and Opus has been pretty good. So at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. So yeah. Um, and no problem. No, they are not trying to conquer the AI slop overflow. They are just making sure that the App Store has the level of quality that they've been mentioning for the past 19 years, kind of 18 years. Um, but we'll see. Um, I don't think Fable would be good at that. I don't think Fable would be good at that, to be honest. The thing that it did pretty well for me so far have been um, things that are, I'm gonna say that, things that have been kind of complex to me in the first place that required me to go through a ton of subfiles and so on to figure out exactly how the shit is supposed to work. And then now being like, well, it's more understanding of some of the concept that I have put in place, and therefore the complexity that is in there might not be necessary anymore. And so the run that I need to do tomorrow, for example, is going to be on the sync system for CAN because it's good, it works, but it is so complex for something that is supposed to be like native. Like there is no real question. It's just like this is supposed to be something that is native to iOS, and I don't understand why I had to, in the first place, create like all of this thing to sync the content. Like I just was so dumb, still am, but I was technically so dumb in my understanding of how CloudKit is working that I have a feeling that I need to go through all that with Fable, which I haven't done yet. I've done that on Preview, and we've had some pretty good outputs. Um, the Fable Run 1, and yeah, most of this, the first two Fable passes have been pretty good, giving me some implementation and performance enhancement that were pretty good. Um, and yeah, it's pretty nice. It didn't start hallucinating, not yet, or at least not from what I've seen. So that's a good thing. I also made it run through the MOM UI kit latest version before I can release it, and it seems to be pretty nice. I still have some issues with the CSS scraping option, which at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit. But yeah, that is a fair point. That is a fair point. I didn't know about that. um, I I think I have gone through most of it, but I'm gonna take a look at this for sure. Um, oh yeah, no, on this one, yes, I have. I thought you linked something that was different. But yeah, no, I went through. these things. The How can I explain that? um, like I know I it is right here. I have the roadmap. I forgot exactly where I saved it, but it is in my code related stuff to get like roadmaps of things. So yeah. Uh, but the thing that I wanted to say is that I made things more complex than they needed to be because in the beginning of the Can app, the CloudKit sync, and I think I mean, no, it's still the case. Can, let me say that. Can doesn't provide CloudKit sync for free, which is against Apple guidelines, but fuck off. But it kind of does. So basically, it's a toggle that is only available for paid users. Um, and in reality, it's kind of enabled, but it just doesn't sync, but it syncs. I know. So I had to go through hoops and shit to figure out how the Swift data content didn't sync with CloudKit, but synced with CloudKit so that if the user has device A and device B with the same iCloud account, if they open Can on both devices, they are not in sync. And when they pay for the subscription or they pay for the app, whatever, then they get the CloudKit sync officially. And now both devices have the updates and the progress and shit that is synced. So that's one of the reasons why it's kind of complex. And I should just allow sync for everyone forever, whatever. It doesn't really cost me anything. So, you know, that's the thing. And then the worst one is for Perfume because it is a system that is this is complex. Complex for me. I have I have a local SQLite data or database that is living on every single user's devices. So it's a 200-ish megabytes file that is not even 200, 90 megabytes files that is shipping with the binary so that if you open the app for the first time, you have data in there and also you have data offline. And then that database that is local is synced in mirror format with the CloudKit option that is the public CloudKit database that is an exact mirror of the SQLite database that I have on my device. So as long as my device is in business, we're good. And then on top of that, the CloudKit section is hosting the Swift data database private for the users. And basically, when something changed on the JRDB SQLite database, it goes in sync with CloudKit. And if something's changed in CloudKit, it propagates with every other users. So that means that if I make changes into my own SQLite database, it's going to ping CloudKit, send the new records, and then records are going to be sent to all the other users that are using the app. That level of complexity and uselessness is a pain in the ass, and that's one of the reasons why it was so complex to put the sync in place in Perfume in the first place. But now it works. Pretty happy with it, but I still should have Fable run through it and make sure that it's like still working and good and so on. But the reason for this is that if later I have users that have enough Perfume and good quality content, I can't know that because I don't have access to the data. But if they have things like, I think I have a clause that if the user has 150 perfumes, I think, in their collection, which is not even me, like, which is fine. But if they have uploaded like 150 perfume in their collection, then they become some sort of a contributor, and every new perfume that they add to their collection is also synced so that I can just get access to the reference fragrances that they have, and it's in parallel with the CloudKit database. So anything that is like not user data is synced with CloudKit, then goes back to my device. I can review things and then send it back to all of the other users. It's a pain in the ass. It's crowdsourced-ish database content. It should work, but so far it doesn't really work for the other users because I don't think I have any user that has 150 perfumes in their database yet. I think I'm the only one. I'm like at 143 as of yesterday. So not even then. Not even there. Like the only reason why I can sync things is because I'm an admin. But it's just like the complexity is just me making things more complex than they need to be. In reality, the thing that I should have done is the SQLite database on device and another type of database, not CloudKit, for the reference fragrances. And then CloudKit would just manage the user private data, and that's it. I don't care. But I decided to not do that because, I wanted to have everything on CloudKit so that it's free and I don't need to pay for it. I made the thing more complex. That's what happened. That's what happened. And yes, I could make a test account. I am 100% in need of a dummy devices as well. Like I wanted an iPhone 13 mini, but it's also like a lightning cable charging, so it pissed me off. So I guess an iPhone 15 or another iPhone. Maybe I'm just gonna keep my 15 Pro as my test device and then get a new like a new computer, a new iPhone to just use. Maybe an 18 if that happens. Um, but yeah, we'll see that. We'll see that. Um, Lone Traveler. Maybe men is good. Maybe men deodorant is good. If you are someone that the men's deodorant is good for many things. For many things, it's. I mean, we stink, so it's more powerful. It's gonna give you a better output. It's gonna be better. It's it. You need to see the benefits. You see the benefits. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Um, but yeah, no. Other than that, I need a test device. I only have the ability to test between my iPhone, my iPad, and my Mac, but they are all connected to my own account. So I need a new device that I can just create a new Apple account on there and ensure that the thing is just as standalone as possible with like a new email address and so on. The thing that I would love to be able to do is to put on my Japanese phone number in it, but because it's already linked to my account, I can't do that. So that's gonna piss me off again. But yeah, it's a lot of things that I need to do in order to figure out and ensure that I have like enough uh, testability things and that the things is actually running. The thing that I have done is I mean, not really, but kind of. My sister has never had to buy a phone in her life, and she prides herself for that. But basically, her first phone was like a flip phone from a long time ago that the parents bought. And then I think My mom bought her second phone because the first one died. Third one was like my dad that bought it. And then I got into Android phones. And one day she was complaining about her old phone. And I said, you just wait 4 days. And then 4 days later, she had a Xiaomi phone at her place that I just had delivered to her. And then the Xiaomi phone kind of died, but at that time I had five different phones. So I just gave her one of them and I said, you know what, you can use this one, it's pretty cool. I like it, just take care of it. And then she broke the screen and then she got like another phone from a friend, basically. Um, and now she's been switching phone by getting her ex-boyfriend, now ex-boyfriend, old phones. And then the new boyfriend is kind of like me, and he's testing apps and doing things, and therefore he needs to have like the latest phone. And he's on iPhone. It's the first boyfriend that she has that is on iPhone, and therefore now she has an iPhone. So last time she was here, I just installed the app on her phone and tested shit out, and it works. But it's not. I mean, she doesn't have like 500 perfume in her collection either, so that's just not going to be an option. Like I can test things on my mom's phone, which I'm hoping she is going to have to replace soon because it's a 12 mini, so it's kind of old, and replacing it with like a 16E or some shit like this could be okay enough for her. It would be bigger, and so that's the only thing that I don't like. Um, but if that's the case, I'm gonna get the 12 mini, and then I would have like a test for it. It would be fine. But I'm waiting. I've been waiting for, well, since I bought her the 12 mini, because goddamn, it's been a while. She went from a 12, no, she went from a 6S to a 12 mini. That's that was a big ass jump. That was a big ass jump for her. That was nice. That was nice. You know, we like it. Anyways, anyways, uh, I was about to say, is Steffi still live? No, this one is live. That's cool. I haven't been there in a bit, so we can't go there. Um, but yeah, I know, I know. 614, 614. Uh, it's no, it's not that. It's a bit of a different thing. If I explain to you exactly what I did to be able to do that, you're gonna laugh at me. So I'm gonna explain. Um, these things by default they are charging to 80%, and 80% battery is roughly 4 hours, and the 100% is 6 hours. And in the past few weeks, I've been forcing it to charge to 100% so that it is at 100 when I start the stream, and therefore I don't have to just end the stream because I don't have headphones anymore. That's the reason. That is the reason. But now that I know, unless I forget, we would have the thing when you open the lid of your AirPods, it has an alert that pops in, and in there is an option. There is a button at the bottom that says "full charge now," and I keep it at 80% on regular days, but on streaming days, I'm just pressing the button just before it charges them to 100, and then we good. So yeah, I did, but they are not charged. I have the other ones, and they are the three, like the Pro 3, and these ones are the Pro 4. And the other one, the Pro 2 that I have that are above, I haven't charged them in like a year, and they are charging with the lightning cable. So I don't really have a lightning cable laying around. So they are probably just dead. I mean, not dead, but like dead. So yeah, I do like the older one a bit better. Um, and if you have been using AirPods in a long time, you know that the old one, if you shake them, no sound, and the 4 Pro, the Pro 4, no, the 4 Pro, if you shake them, they rattle in there. And I've noticed, and I kind of know why that's the case. Basically, when you are looking at how disgusting the case is when you open it in the old ones, the reason why that's the case is because the tip is touching the case, whereas in the new one, the tip is not touching the case. So it doesn't really gunk stuff all around like it does on the old one. But because of that, this one don't rattle and this one does. So it's cleaner, not as clean than brand new. It's cleaner on this than in this one. But that's also one of the reasons why I have so many of these. I bought like brand new. I think I have a box somewhere. But I have like brand new tips so that when they are like too disgusting, I can just change them. It's good. It's simple. They cost $12, I think. God dang. God dang. But it's nice. It is nice. Anywho. Anywho, I'm sending you to Cat because I haven't been there in a while, and we haven't been there in a while, and usually I don't stream that late, and therefore she's not like started already. So that's where we are going. As always, thanks a lot for being here. I'd appreciate it. If you enjoyed the stream, please click the follow button. That is absolutely appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. I can answer there. If you have a big ass list of perfume and collection of perfume, use that. And if you have a big ass list of link that you'd like to share with other people, use this. And as always, if you're learning Japanese, that's the thing. The icons that we've worked on today are for the Mom UI kit, which is an old product that needs to be updated soon, that will contain coded components of the 6,000 something icon that we have, and some styling things. And the price is currently set to $80. It's going to go to 140 when the coded components land. And if you buy it now, you get it for free. So that's the good thing. That's the good news. Anyways, as always, God damn, that was slow. Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. I will be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And it's a review day, so if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, like today, feel free to share on Friday. But yeah, nonetheless, bye!